I just got to do the timing.
Okay, welcome everyone to ANC 34G's regularly scheduled meeting. This is our first meeting of 2021, and we welcome 5 new commissioners tonight. Only 3 of whom are with us right now, but I expect the other 2 to join us quite shortly. We meet regularly on the 2nd and 4th Mondays of every month. We'll be talking in a few minutes about the schedule for the rest of the year, which we have to set now. But we will go through the procedures in a moment too. But first, let's introduce the commissioners. I'm Randy Speck. I'm the chair. I have been the chair in the past of ANC 34G. I represent the single member district that's 34G03. And that's basically the area between Utah and Nebraska and Broad Branch. So I'll ask the other commissioners to introduce themselves. And for the new commissioners, if you want, you can tell a little bit about yourself, just to let people get acquainted with you a little bit. Connie, you want to start?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Connie Chang. I'm one of the newbies, and I am the commissioner for single member district number 5, which is east on Connecticut Avenue. If you go from Legation up to the Circle, then you cross over to Western and then go down Broad Branch Road. It's about that area. And I lived in the neighborhood for 22 years. And I have 2 kids and with my husband here. One is in college, one's in 6th grade at Deal. And I'm very happy to be here, and you can learn more on my website and all that. The bios are on the website of the ANC. Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Randy,
Lisa, maybe you go next. You go next. Yeah, why don't you go?
So my name is Lisa Gore, and I'm the newly elected commissioner for 3G01. Our former commissioner was Abe Clayman, and just a shout out to him because in these last few weeks, I see how truly busy Abe was. It's been an amazing transition. Some of you guys might have heard I'm retired federal law enforcement, so this is a very odd time for me to kind of be looking at the world from this side of the aisle. I've been in Chevy Chase, Hawthorne area. I've been in DC since really I graduated from college, and I've been in probably Hawthorne, Chevy Chase for a little over 20 years. My family's been here for a very long time, and I have a son. He is an 11th grade student at Wilson. So that's making me nervous because he's getting closer out the door. And I'm really happy to be here and happy to serve you guys.
Randy, you're on mute.
You want to take it next, Peter?
Sure. I'm Peter Goslin. I represent a district that's the west side of Connecticut back to 41st, from Western and the Circle to Military Road, with a peninsula sticking out on the east side to Chevy Chase Parkway. Longtime reporter, Spotlight Team, the Boston Globe, national correspondent, the LA Times, reporter for ProPublica, did stints in the federal government. Happy to be serving this community, which I've been in for 22 years and raised 2 kids, really smart, now college grads and now out on their own. Michael?
Chris, you want to go next?
Okay, I'm Chris Fromboluti. I represent District 7, which is south of Military Road. So I will be somewhat quiet at this meeting because Lafayette is not in my district. All my districts completely merged, but I'm very interested in this issue. Most of my life I've been an architect. The last 20 years I've done secure government buildings, and so the break-in of the Capitol amazes me because it's much less secure than 99% of the buildings I've worked on in the last 20 years. So anyway, welcome everybody, and that's it.
Michael?
Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Zeldin. I represent GO4, which includes the Lafayette Elementary School, and it borders on sort of more or less Morrison to a little bit of Upland down to Broad Branch and Western. My bio, which is on my webpage, shows a background in law principally, and of recent vintage, I played one on television talking for CNN about events of the day, and Sadly, I thought I was retired from events of the day, but the events of the day have taken over our lives in ways that none of us could have ever anticipated. So I look forward to representing everybody on issues from potholes to streetlights to the task force on racism to overcrowding at Lafayette. And I was pleased to learn today in my absence from Washington, I was in New York attending to my mom, that they actually picked up the leaves on our street. So, I feel like I should retire now. Except there's a pending pothole that's been growing deeper and deeper on Tennyson Street, which they promised me, I think, on Friday would be fixed that day. I guess they have a long calendar of what the day Friday looks like.
Okay, Peter, were you able to reach John?
I've emailed him. I'm now going to send him the link. You keep going and I'll keep working on getting him. So. Okay, he may come in as an attendee then, in which case, Lisa, you'll have to watch for him and see if you can put him in the panelist, as a panelist.
I would like everyone to know that we have 93 participants right now.
Okay, it's a good turnout. We're very happy to have everyone here. As everyone knows, we've been meeting virtually since April. And so we've developed some procedures that help us to conduct the meeting. So let me just describe how we're going to go. First of all, only the commissioners are identified as panelists here, and their audio and video is on. And if you're an attendee, you don't have audio and video, but whenever you will be participating in the meeting, if you're going to be a speaker, for instance, then Lisa, who is going to be our co-host tonight, I have to identify her as a co-host, she will be admitting you to the, as a panelist. And so you will then be able to have audio and video, and just like the rest of the commissioners. And so for others who want to ask a question or to make a comment, you can use the chat function or the Q&A function. We will be copying those down so that we'll have a record of all of that. And if there are questions that we don't get to, which is certainly a possibility tonight, since our time is finite, we'll try to get back to those and see if we can't get answers to them. I just ask you to all be patient with us a little bit tonight because there are, as I said, 5 new commissioners tonight. We're not all up to speed completely on the technology, and even Chris and I, who have been around for a while, or sometimes stumble on it as well. So we'll try to make it as efficient as we can, and hopefully everyone will get to an opportunity. Who wants to speak will get an opportunity to speak. Now, the first item of our meeting generally, and that we've gone through the introduction, so everybody's been introduced, but the adoption of an agenda. And the agenda has been posted on our website, and we've posted on various listservs as well. And that just gives us an idea of what we're going to be discussing tonight. The agenda, of course, can be modified. And I'm going to suggest one modification to it that Peter Goslin has suggested. And that is that we have a presentation, a very brief presentation from the Metropolitan Police Department on a recent carjacking that's occurred in the neighborhood, just so that we'll get an opportunity to hear from them exactly what's going on. And we'll do that immediately following the community announcements so that we can let the MPD police get back to their job. Okay, with that modification to the agenda, all those in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, 6-0. And hopefully we'll have John here shortly. By the way, I should have declared a quorum earlier. 4 commissioners is a quorum and permits us to conduct business, adopt resolutions, or make any other business decisions that we need to make. Okay, the first item on the agenda is commissioner announcements, and I typically do have a few announcements tonight. They're just a couple. The first is that we are having a special meeting on January 14th. Chris Fromboluti, Vice Chair, is going to be leading that meeting. We're going to be talking about the smart streetlight project. There is a request for proposals out on that by the Department of Transportation. And this is an issue that our commission has been involved in for a very long time in a lot of different respects. And so we want to make sure that we weigh in on that proposed request for proposals. And the deadline for doing that is on Friday, the 15th. It was a very short time period, and we weren't able to fit it in, of course, to this schedule tonight because we have a lot to discuss about Lafayette pre-K. But we will discuss it at the meeting on the 14th at 7 o'clock. And we'll be distributing again on the listservs and on our website the link for joining that meeting. And this is a project to change the streetlights to more efficient streetlights and more controllable streetlights all over the city. So that's for next Thursday. The other announcement I have is that we've got a whole new crew of MOKers, as they're called, the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services. And we have brand new MOKers for Ward 3 and for Ward 4. And because we span both wards, we're able to take advantage of the constituent services that the council members and that the mayor's office provide. So the new MOKers are identified on their website, which is Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services. So if you want to look that up, you can find all the names of the new people who are our liaisons. I also want to welcome our new council member for Ward 4, Janeese Lewis George. And Will Perkins has identified himself earlier on the chat that he's here tonight as her constituent services person. And I haven't looked to see whether Dee Smith is here or not. Dee is the constituent services person for Councilmember Che, and she is on the line. So, okay, we're very, very glad to have both Will and Dee returning and Will new to help us out in our relationships with the council.
Excuse me, Randy, 1 second to interrupt. John Higgins has sent in a Q&A asking if he can be upgraded to a panelist. He's in the general pool of participants.
Okay, Lisa, I'm sure can do that for us. Okay, so are there, if anyone wants to raise their hand, if they have a community announcement, we'll try to recognize you. Otherwise, we'll go right to the MPD at this point. And Chris, I forgot, other commissioners, what other commissioners have announcements?
Yeah, I have a quick good news announcement here.
We all need that.
Today, my wife got a COVID-19 appointment, first shot appointment for tomorrow, and I am going on Wednesday. So the system works.
For you.
Persistent, and you have to find locations maybe that are not right next to your house. So, but you have to look at all the options the city offers. But anyway, I'm very happy that that's happening.
Yeah,
I'm over 65, so that puts me in the second group.
You signed up on the Vaccinate website. How did you do that?
Just go to the
put it in the
coronavirus, the DC coronavirus website, and it'll take you to the site. But you have to be 65 or over.
right, yeah,
I don't
right
think
now it's only 65 and over. I fortunately got an appointment as well, Chris, so we're in good shape, and as did my wife. So
great, excellent.
Okay, John, we see you. At least we see
Your name.
that you're elevated here. Can you turn on your video and audio?
While we're waiting for him, Lisa, do you see Captain Peter Frenzel on the line?
That is the only John I see, so I am hoping that.
I think there was another. There was another John. That's not the right John, I think. John. John Higgins, could you raise your hand again, please? Or maybe he's lost us again. Yeah, that's not the right John, I think. I saw him just a moment ago raising his hand. Sorry about the technical glitch. I'd sort of like to have John here because he's about to be elected treasurer in absentia.
Seems
I
sort
don't see a John in the list. There he is.
of is.
Oh,
Oh,
he logged on with, now, John, you need to change your name because you're there as Peter Goslin.
Yeah.
So you're using Peter's link. So you need to change your name. And if you can unmute yourself, we'll let you introduce yourself.
But so the real Peter Goslin.
it's a way, it's like building up this whole, you know.
Well, Peter and I get 2 votes tonight.
Okay, let's
Peter.
keep the chatter down. Peter, I mean, John. You want
Yes,
to introduce yourself and just give us your single member district and the broad boundaries and the and anything people ought to know about you to introduce yourself.
yes. My name is John Higgins. I'm the ANC Commissioner for SMD 02. I live at the Norwood Senior Facility. I've been a resident of DC for nearly 50 years. We lived on 32nd Place off Tennyson before we moved here, and we're delighted to be here. My wife served in the DC public school system for 20 years as a teacher at Merch, so we are pretty well grounded in the community. My career before I retired was as a journalist with Business Week magazine, and I'm just happy to serve my community here.
Okay, well, thank you, John. Now we've gone through the background parts of the meeting, but now you want to introduce Captain Frenzel from MPD, Peter?
Lisa, is he on?
What's the name?
Captain Peter Frenzel, Frenzel. And Key Branch, who's the community liaison.
Captain Frenzel, can you raise your hand? Because I don't see your name in the chat. I'm not sure how you're named.
Not there?
Yes,
Is Kai there?
Hello? Yes, we're waiting for you online. Are you?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes, we have reached
We have
maximum
reached the
capacity.
maximum number of participants. I don't.
Okay, well, we'll have to take it up another time then, I think. Actually, we've gotten up to 106 participants, but apologies to MPD, but I don't know any other way around it. We can't just.
We got 100 people on, and we don't know how.
We've never had such a large crowd. I think this is,
So may I ask a question of Lisa or Connie? There are constituents who are trying to get on as well who
I
can.
know.
I understand that, but is there an audio way that they can get on at least so that they
Yes,
can
I
hear
could,
the meeting?
perhaps I could go look for the link and I can post it or somewhere. Where should I
Yeah.
post it?
I would post it in the chat and in the Q&A. In the chat
Okay.
is where we seem to be getting the most. So if we can,
Okay, a friend of mine just left the meeting to try to give space for people.
Would Randy see if Captain Frenzel can dial in, because there's
Yeah.
definitely some chat that a lot of people are here to hear his presentation as well.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
Well, Peter
I
is
know.
out of the room now, so I don't know what.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
So sorry.
Captain Frenzel has agreed to speak Thursday. He reports they're investigating. They've stepped up patrols. They're taking it seriously, even though they're resource constrained because of the violence at the Capitol and the inauguration and the threats to the inauguration. But we'll talk to him Thursday. So
Okay.
with that problem.
I know they're very busy right now, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize to everyone who can't get on. We once had a higher limit than 100 for meetings, but we never exceeded 100. So we just stopped paying for that. And now we wish we had it. Okay, we need to get on with the business of the commission at this point. Because this is a first meeting in 2021, we are required to do a number of things procedurally to get the commission in good standing. The first is we need to elect officers. And the officers for the commission are the chair, the vice chair, the secretary, and the treasurer. And by getting volunteers or recruits, I think we have a slate of officers that I would move we adopt or we elect as officers for the next year. We'll vote again on officers at the beginning of 2022. And the slate would be myself, Randy Speck as chair, Chris Fromboluti as vice chair, Lisa Gore as secretary, and John Higgins as treasurer. I would move that we elect that slate of officers. Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Michael? 7-0. Okay. Okay, the next is the adoption of amended bylaws, and Lisa Gore has done a fabulous job of going back to our old bylaws and looking at the ways in which they needed to be updated and revised, and she's circulated an amendment to those bylaws. And Lisa, you want to describe what you've done and make a motion to adopt those?
So, yes, I basically got our bylaws up to date with some of the regulatory changes that occurred in DC code. So there was an amendment to the ANC Act in 2016 that had some changes. And there was some additions. In addition to that, there were some additions to the committee section, which kind of strengthened that. And our meetings officers section has been updated. So it's a pretty extensive update to the document. Once it is voted on and approved and passed, it'll be made public, and within 30 days, it'll go to the council and the office of ANC. So with that, I do move that the committee adopt the amended bylaws for 2021.
I second.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion by the commissioners?
This fulfills the annual requirement for renewing our ANC bylaws as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, any other comments? All those in favor of adopting the amended bylaws? 7-0. I would note too that there was a requirement in our old bylaws that we give at least 2 weeks notice to other commissioners of the changes, and that Lisa did precisely that. So all of this is in accordance with our old bylaws to get an amendment of the new bylaws. Okay, the next item of business is adoption of our 2021 meeting schedule. As I said before, we meet on the first and second and fourth Mondays of each month, except for August and the last meeting in December, and except for those Mondays that fall on district holidays. And so let me just run through quickly. After this meeting on January 11th and our special meeting on the 14th, the other meeting dates for 2021 are January 25th, February 8th, February 22nd, March 8th, March 22nd, April 12th, April 26th, May 10th, May 24th, June 14th, June 28th, July 12th, July 26th, September 13th, September 27th, October 25th, November 8th, November 22nd, and December 13th. So all those in favor of adopting that schedule for the next year, raise your hand. 7-0. Okay, thank you. The next piece of business that we have to take care of is the adoption of a resolution approving our participation in the Advisory Neighborhood Commission Security Fund. And this is basically a fund to provide liability insurance for the officers in the commission. It requires a $25 fee, and that check has already been authorized by the previous commission at the December 14th meeting, so we don't have to authorize the check, but we do have to approve the resolution. And I passed around the resolution to the commissioners. It's a standard form by the DC auditor that has to be completed exactly the way the form is indicated. So there really can't be any deviation from it at all. And it just basically says that we will pay the $25 for this annual participation in the fund. So I would move that we adopt the form resolution as provided by the DC auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Mike, 7-0. Okay, thank you. And finally, Commissioner Goslin has proposed a resolution on how commissioners will allocate responsibility for constituent concerns within their single member districts. Peter, you want to describe that?
I can be brief about this. I see it as going beyond constituent concern to broadly the way commissioners respect each other's duty to represent their single member districts. Each one of us represents a piece of the geography of this community. And it basically says that we'll refrain from intervention in any matters wholly or largely involving another commissioner's district without first notifying the commissioner affected, inviting her or him to participate in whatever this person, the commissioner, is proposing, or obtaining that person's blessing to do it unilaterally. The case for this is twofold. It actually just formalizes what we've been told by the Office of ANC, which oversees all of these neighborhood commissions, that this is already, in their phrase, ANC etiquette. And it is based on interviews I did with all but one of the outgoing commissioners, who said that to a greater or lesser extent, part of their reasons for departing was frustration over commission colleagues, often well-intentioned, treading into their districts. So that's the case. I just add one thing I understand this to mean, and I would be happy to offer amending language, that this applies to commissioners in their role as individual commissioners of SMDs, single member districts, and in their role as officers of the ANC. If that needs to be clarified in the language, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll go with just that's the understanding among us for the next year. And with that, I move that we pass the proposal as I've written it. I've sent around copies to all of you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we vote? Hey, Randy, you're mute.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. 7-0. All right, Captain Frenzel is available now. Shall we bring him in, Lisa?
Yes, thank you. Give me 1 second.
Wow, what a patient guy.
Yes, very happy he can get on.
Kai is there too, if you want to bring Kai in.
Okay. Yes, I saw
Captain,
Captain Frenzel.
you need to unmute.
Okay, how are we? There we go.
You're great.
Hello.
You're great. Let me just set this up. Let me just set this up for you, Captain. There was an incident in the 3900 block of Military Road early yesterday morning at about 1:30, where armed assailants stood in the road, stopped a car, ordered the driver out, and took off with the car. And Captain Frenzel is going to just update us on what's going on now. Thank you for being here, Captain.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me and inviting me on. My name is Captain Peter Frenzel. I'm with the 2nd District. I'm the Sector 1 manager. I was recently reassigned to 2D back in November. I'm very happy to be here at the 2nd District, and I look forward to getting to know everyone. Purpose of me being here tonight is to discuss some of the concerns surrounding the carjacking that occurred on the 10th at 1:30 in the morning. You pretty much hit the nail on the head with regard to the specifics. We did receive a call, a 911 call on arriving on scene. Officers located a complainant who advised us that while traveling westbound in the 3900 block of Military Road, two male suspects entered the roadway. When he stopped, it produced two what we described as AK-47 style rifles at him, ordered him out of the car, and also demanded all property in his possession. The two male suspects, as well as three other individuals, entered the vehicle and then fled on Military Road heading west in the stolen vehicle. Also taken was the victim's iPhone, which we later recovered over, I believe it was off from Western Avenue. At this point, the vehicle is still outstanding, which means we haven't located it. We're still vigilantly canvassing throughout the city for it, but at this point, we have not yet recovered it. I understand that obviously hearing something like this occurring in the community is certainly very, very concerning. And Commander Bellion and myself have been making some efforts to make sure that you're going to see an increased police presence in the area on Military Road. Specifically, our crime suppression team will be providing enhanced patrol in the area. When I say crime suppression team, that means it's kind of the successor to the vice units. You may be familiar with that terminology. And their focus is to go to hotspot areas throughout our district. Some of our more seasoned and experienced crime fighting members are assigned to the crime suppression team. They tend to be the elite of the elite when it comes to patrol, and they're not burdened with the same responsibilities of our regular patrol officers. They're free from the radio. When I say that, that means they have call signs and they're out on the street, but they're not the ones that are being answering the 911 calls for service, which is good for this specifically in that they will be able to devote their full time and attention to be patrolling in this immediate area. In addition to that, we'll be deploying our LPR cars. When I say LPR, that means license plate reader. That's a technology that we have installed on some of our police cruisers that when the vehicles are when our cruisers are on patrol, the tag readers, which are fixed to the vehicle, are able to digitally read all license plates that our cruisers pass. And simultaneously, while the tag readers are scanning the plates, they're also going through the criminal database, our database NCIC, which is the national criminal database throughout the entire country. And if we come across a stolen car, a theft, or a vehicle that's reported stolen or used in a carjacking, we will get an immediate alert and we can take the appropriate measures. So that's another aspect that we're utilizing in the area. And we're also stepping up our traffic patrol efforts, which means you may be seeing more traffic stops being conducted in the immediate area. One of the advantages of that is one, it heightens our visibility. Two, when we do enhanced traffic, we tend to find other things when we do traffic stops, such as people that have suspended licenses. Sometimes that leads to more things. We recover narcotics, we recover firearms during traffic stops. So that is also a matter which another strategy we're employing. And then finally, our detectives unit, our second district detectives units, which is head up by Lieutenant Scott Dowling, who I've worked with for quite some time, and then in our career, this is on their front burner right now because for us it's high priority. There was a similar offense that occurred in the 7th Police District, which resulted in an arrest. Right now, we can't release the specifics about the individual that was arrested because the person that was taken into custody is a juvenile. At this point, we don't have any definitive evidence to say that this was linked to the offense that occurred on Military Road, but due to some of the similarities in the cases, we are looking at that aspect of it. So that's where we are right now with regard to what happened the other day on Military Road.
Great. Thank you very much, Captain. And very quickly, Randy, Kai Branch wanted to introduce herself. Are you there? And Lisa, are you able to just bring her image, her face up?
She's promoted to a panelist.
You can turn her.
Here I am.
Good. Just real quickly, we got a million things, but you've been an incredible help in this, and thank you, Captain.
Yes, I promised
You're
I'll be
welcome.
brief. So good evening and happy new year to everyone. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Kai Branch. I'm the community outreach coordinator for MPD assigned to the 2nd District Station, and I serve as your community liaison. I'm going to put my contact information in the chat box, and please do not hesitate. Reach out to me if you need anything. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. I look forward to speaking with you. And when you take me off there, I'll put my email in the chat forum so you guys can reach out. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future.
Okay,
We
thank
very
you.
much appreciate your presence tonight. Thank you so much.
I apologize for the lack of uniform. I just got home. We've been,
That's no problem.
as I think,
Relax.
The technology.
maybe where we've been a little busy in the last week or so.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Also, just to allay everyone's concerns, with regard to what happened downtown, your Metropolitan Police Department stands ready to serve and step in when necessary. Some citizens may not be aware the United States Capitol building is under the sole jurisdiction of the United States Capitol Police, and we respond over there at their behest or request. And on Wednesday, I don't like to throw out a grand statement, but people have been saying it, and I think it's fair that democracy was threatened on Wednesday, and the Metropolitan Police Department got the call, and we went up there and gave our answer. So
Great.
I just wanted to lay anyone's concerns, knowing that moving forward, we were ready, and we were able to respond to the assist within a matter of minutes. And we put our boots on the ground. We were there, and we still continue to be there, and we will be there moving forward through the rest of the month.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, Chris? Oh, okay. Lisa, can you make Emir?
Oh, we're gonna have him. Okay.
Yeah, why don't we just
Okay,
have a brief, we can have a very brief announcement from our Ward 3 Moker about the vaccination. I think that's worth making.
I
the
thought so too. Okay.
Okay.
I said,
Lisa, if you could, his hand's up.
I don't see it. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Her hand. There we go.
okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you turn your,
There we go.
Yes.
Good evening,
Hello.
everyone. My name is Emir Gur-Ravantab. I'm the new Ward 3 Mokers, been a lifelong Ward 3 resident, and I'm glad to be here tonight. I was going to do a quick presentation. Actually going to make it a bit quicker now. I wanted to do a screen share presentation to make it easier to follow along, but it's not letting me. So I'll just.
We really do have to keep it short. We've got a very busy schedule.
All right.
Yeah.
So as everyone knows, today, January 11th, the vaccine registration opened to residents 65 and older. So they are encouraged to use vaccinate.dc.gov to make an appointment. And if they made an appointment last week, to do it again. Or they can call the coronavirus hotline at 855-363-0333. And they can also call the DC hotline at 311 to get to that. January 25th, we want to expand that to essential workers, including public safety, grocery store, pre-K to childcare setting workers. And February 1st, we want to extend it to DC residents with chronic medical conditions and other essential workers. And if you haven't done the questionnaire yet, it's just a quick questionnaire regarding demographic information, medical history, COVID-19 history, contact info, and insurance information. That being said, the vaccine is free regardless of insurance. All you have to do is bring your photo ID and the confirmation code that you received when you schedule your appointment and your insurance card, but it's not required. Please ensure you're wearing a loose-fitting shirt that allows your medical staff to get to your upper arm. And there's also a website to have a map of the vaccination centers. That's at vaccinateqa.dc.gov/vaccine centers. I'll be dropping these links in the chat as well.
Thank you.
And I also have a small short update with DCPS just to get everyone on the same page. February 1st, that is the date that they're going to start term 3 for in-person learning. That means that teachers will be required to come into work. There are some exceptions being made for teachers with medical conditions, as well as teachers who have requested leave. But yeah, they're starting on February 1st. And there are 4 types of in-person learning models for grades pre-K through 5. Model A is one teacher instructs one in-person cohort through the whole week. Model B, one teacher instructs in person and virtually all week with support staff. Model C, two teachers rotate to instruct every 2 days in person and 3 days virtually. And Model D, one teacher instructs two student cohorts in person and virtual. And for 6th grade through 12, option A, student cohorts with high need. Option B, student cohorts with high demand. Option C, course or teacher driven. So schools identify high need courses for in-person learning, such as STEM courses, things that you can't really have easily virtually. And option D, academic and social emotional support center, which is when students come to school either half a day to 4.5 days per week to engage in any range of supports or social and emotional or enrichment activities. These could be credit bearing, but are not likely a part of students' 4 courses. So yeah, vaccination and public school reopening, the two most pressing issues for everyone around here. Most schools are doing it their own way. They have these things called reopening cores. Every school has their own reopening cores, and I would implore you to reach out to your school's community cores to see what their decisions are regarding the reopening.
Okay, thank you, Emir.
And if there's any questions, I can take it. I'll put my information in the chat again, since it might have been busy.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Now we're getting into the meat of our program tonight, our meeting tonight. We're going to devote as long as it takes, really, tonight to hearing from the parents and others in the community about the proposal to move the Lafayette Pre-K 4 to 1375 Missouri Avenue, which is about 2.5 miles away from the Lafayette campus. We're going to spend a good bit of the time listening to you, and then at the end of the process, after we've heard from everyone, including DCPS, we're going to discuss a possible resolution and hopefully take a vote on that resolution tonight, since the time is really urgent to do that. The way that's going to proceed is that first, we're going to bring everyone up to date on some recent developments. The first of those is the completion of a survey that the ANC prepared and circulated to the community. And Commissioner Gore is going to be describing that. And then we're going to hear from some of the people in the Brightwood community, where the school building is located at 1375 Missouri. And the first person we'll hear from is Candace Nelson, who is ANC Commissioner for ANC 4A06. And that includes both the Brightwood Elementary School campus, as well as the former Lamb School at 1375 Missouri, where they're proposing to relocate the Lafayette pre-K. And so we'll hear from them, and also from Frazier O'Leary, who's on the meeting tonight, who is the State Board of Education representative for Ward 4. And we'll hear from them. And then we'll go to the community and listen for all of the comments and statements that all of you have. We've asked those who want to speak to notify the commission in advance. And Commissioner Gore has been collecting all of those and has a list of, I think, about 16 now.
Yeah, about 20.
20 now, okay. So they will be divided into panels of 4 people each. And so when your turn comes up for your panel, Commissioner Gore will make you a panelist on the, and you'll have audio and video. And so you'll be able to talk then. And we'll ask each person to limit their comments to 3 minutes, because we've got a lot of people who want to speak, and we want to make sure we give everyone an opportunity to be heard. So each person will get 3 minutes, and Connie, Commissioner Chang, will be the timekeeper, and she has her phone with a stopwatch on it. So you'll be able to see how your time is going. And so, and she will tell you when you've got 15 seconds left and when you've got no time left. And we ask everyone to be really conscious of that, because we do want to be respectful of everyone tonight. After we've gone through these speakers, we're the ones that have signed up in advance. We'll have anybody else who wishes to speak, and we'll stay here until everyone's had an opportunity to speak. We do ask you, if you can, you don't need to repeat things that other people have said. We can, just one time for each point is fine. But we do want to hear from everyone. And if after we've gone through all of the people who've signed up in advance, you wish to speak, please use the raise hand function, and Commissioner Gore will then recognize you at that point. Okay, then the final thing, after we've heard from everyone, and by the way, we will hear from DCPS at the end of all of that. We'll give them an opportunity to make a brief statement or whatever comments they wish to make. And then after all of that, the commissioners have been working hard on a draft resolution. The reason why we're moving this along quickly is that DCPS has indicated they're going to make a decision on this by the end of January, beginning of February. But the staff at DCPS has told us that they're really interested in getting comments this week so that they can make a recommendation to the mayor and the chancellor. And so we're trying to get our comments in at this meeting. And so at the end of the meeting, we hope to have a resolution that we can pass and then give our advice and recommendations to DCPS and to the mayor. Okay, with that, Lisa, do you want to begin by describing the survey that we initiated and that we now have results from?
Yes, and I don't have the survey details with me, so my apologies for that. We did post the full survey and the results on our website, so I definitely encourage the general public to go to the website to look at it in detail. But one of the things that we wanted to do was actually survey our parents that would be mostly affected by this move, which are the ones that have children that would be rising into the pre-K program at Lafayette. So that was the targeted population for our survey. We had roughly, I believe off the top of my head, maybe 120 to 130 respondents. So we did get a really great response. We had probably 600 views on the survey. We did have a number of individuals that started the survey and didn't complete it in time prior to the survey close. So some of those did drop out. And we had roughly 2 questions on the survey to target our population. So one was that the person completing the survey lived in the area, and then I believe rise in pre-K. So we had developed, and Connie and Michael feel free to jump in here, but we kind of developed questions to really get at if the choice to Lamb School, the relocation, proposed relocation, was something that the Lafayette parents would support, if they would support it, if they would not support it, what options were they looking for? And we definitely understand that some of the options that we placed in the survey are not necessarily things that DCPS has guaranteed at this point, but we were really interested in getting the community's viewpoint and what the community wanted in our survey. So I do want to make that clear. We had some questions in there where we talked about equity issues. We wanted to see if that was a concern for our parents in the Lafayette area. And I do believe the data that came back does show that there was equity concerns with the proposed move. What else am I missing, Connie and Michael? I'm thinking off the top of my head. Choices about what was more important in terms of the slot for the Lamb School, or is it more important for our families to just get a slot at Lafayette? So it was quite a few. It was 17 questions. I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but we really did get some good responses off of there that I think are going to help us make a decision in terms of our resolution And hopefully DCPS, I'm sure, will be looking at the data and see some of the needs. Some of the questions and some of the responses I do think kind of mirrored what DCPS saw in some of their responses as well. So we hope that will help them. We also had, and I believe the DCPS survey did as well, a general question where it was open to the public, where you could put in basically free text up to 150 characters. And the majority of the information that came back, and that's also up on our website, is, our parents really want this option explored further. So they expressed that in a free text, and I definitely encourage everyone, and particularly DCPS, to review that data.
Okay, so I think as presented to the Lafayette community at the very outset of this, and which remains the position of DCPS and the Lafayette School Administration, that the choice is binary between reducing the number of classes at Lafayette and or moving to the Lamb School. So we asked specifically in the survey, if all pre-K classes are relocated to the Lamb School, would you accept a slot in the lottery? And the answer to that question was 64.49 said they would not, 35.51 said they would. So only 35% of the population that responded to the survey said that they would move to the Lamb School. And then when we asked them if there was an option, if DCPS would redouble its efforts to look for an in-boundary placement for the Lafayette pre-K class, whether it's the whole cohort or a divided cohort, what's your preferred location? And the Episcopal School for Children was the favorite, followed by the Lafayette Pointer Recreation Center. So when we asked them what was the reason why going to the Lamb School would be the most difficult for you, it was logistics. And that was particularly true, we feel, with families that have a kid in Lafayette K-5, and then would be sending a second child to Lamb. So the logistics between the two schools was of importance. And as Lisa said, when we asked the families of the Lafayette community that took the survey, if you were aware that the Brightwood School was not really consulted and that they too had a shortage of space in their pre-K, how would that impact your decisioning about whether to go to Lafayette or not go to Lafayette? And a majority of the respondents said, knowing that our move, Lafayette's move to Brightwood, could negatively impact Brightwood and was not properly socialized with Brightwood, factored large in their decision to not go to Brightwood as well. So I don't know, Randy, if there's anything that you want to highlight from the data that I've not.
I think those are good. I know we want to get to the hearing from our community right away. And the next thing we wanted to hear, though, was from the people at Brightwood, and specifically those elected officials who are representing that community. And we have with us our newly elected Councilmember Lewis George. And so, Lisa, if you could admit her as a panelist, that would be good, and let her provide her viewpoint. I'll just mention that the council member and Councilmember Che wrote a joint letter to the chancellor about this issue. And that letter is also on our website. And so you can look at it there.
And Randy, may I just say one thing? Janeese, give me 1 second. I don't mean to interrupt you. But one of the things, Randy, I think that important to understand in this whole process is that when DCPS presented to the Lafayette community the binary choice, that was our understanding of what it was. It was sort of a take it or leave it proposition. We learned essentially after our survey in the meetings between DCPS and Brightwood that additional options were put on the table, including making the Missouri Lamb School a standalone citywide education center, having the Lamb School be a early center with preferences for Lafayette and Brightwood, having Lamb be dedicated to Brightwood School completely, and then the binary one of having Lafayette move all the way over there. So from the time that we first started communicating with the school and DCPS, from when we were told there was only this binary choice, as it turns out, it seems that DCPS at least raised with the Brightwood principal and the head of the Brightwood PTA additional options, which we didn't get a chance to survey explicitly because we were not told of their existence. So I just wanted to add that. I'm sorry, Janeese. I cede the rest of my time all evening to you.
No, totally fine. I know you all have a busy schedule. I just wanted to, congratulate the new executive board, Chairman Speck, and I'm looking forward to working with all of the commissioners here. And thank you all for those of you who were able to join our meeting back in December. I just wanted you to say Happy New Year and, welcome. And I look forward to working with you all. Two, Councilmember Mary Chey and I of Ward 3 are working together on this issue. We are together on making sure that we are going to advocate for all of you, especially as it relates to our commissioners, and making sure you receive the transparency and are able to do that. And so we're partnering on this effort, and I'm really here just to further listen. We've received numerous of emails to our council email. And so we wanted to make sure that we were here to be a part of this. A few members of my team are on as well. A few had to hop off to give space for others, but Lanace Edwards from our team is here. Will Perkins, who's our legislative assistant, is here. And our constituent services leads, Matt Landrew, and Tamir Benitez are here for your service and to support you all on this effort. And so I don't want to take any more time up because I know we have a busy schedule, but I just wanted you to know that Councilmember Chey and I will be working together to get some answers here and to find a resolve that can both support the Lafayette community as well as the Brightwood community. So thank you all so much, and look forward to, we're going to put our contact information and our team is up and running and ready to go and serve you. Thank you.
We really appreciate that, Councilmember. And we appreciate you working with Councilmember Chey too. A number of us had a meeting with Councilmember Chey. She was very helpful and supportive as well. And we look forward to working with you, not only on this issue, but we're going to be calling on you on a lot of issues. So we're looking forward to that. Thank you very much for coming to our meeting.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Okay, the next elected official from that Brightwood community is Frazier O'Leary, who is the State Board of Education representative for Ward 4. Lisa, can you make Mr. O'Leary a panelist? Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'll be brief. Lafayette is overcrowded. We all know that. That's where it stopped as far as I'm concerned, because the transparency in this whole process, which began last spring, has been non-existent. And the communication from the school system has been the same. There was a letter that we found, we were shown this last week, dated June 11th from the system to Brandon Todd, to the head of the ANCs, to Chairwoman Blake of ANC 4A, and to Commissioner Nelson of ANC 4A. And Commissioner Blake and Commissioner Nelson never received the letter. We never heard anything from Brandon Todd about this letter, which was talking about this problem. In November, the sale of the building was kind of sort of advertised, and that the city bought the building back, which they sold for $1 million and bought it back for $8.3 million. Now that's one heck of a renovation. The State Board of Education never knew anything about this situation until I was told by a few of the members on this ANC about the situation. I advised the ANC about the ANC 4A about the situation. The community never was advised about it. The different Brightwood community didn't know about it. So all I want to mention is that this whole thing has been typical of the lack of transparency and the lack of communication that has happened with everything that's happened as far as the schools during the pandemic and also before that. So I think it's incumbent upon the many people who are on this call tonight to raise your voices and try to find out and try to help the Lafayette community and the Brightwood community to get a fair deal for their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Frazier. I see also that Ruth Wattenberg, the representative from the State Board of Education for Ward 3, is also on. Maybe we can let Ruth speak if she'd like.
She's been promoted.
Okay, if you unmute yourself and put your video on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I really thank you for recognizing me. I actually was not expecting to speak, and I'm toggling back and forth with a Ward 3 Dems, Ward 3 Education Net meeting with the mayor. So I'm glad that I was listening to this part at this point. I want to mainly, I really appreciate that the ANC is paying attention to this. I associate myself completely with what Board Member O'Leary said in terms of the transparency. It was, you know, we get used to a lot of this, but still it doesn't fail to be infuriating, frankly, that people aren't consulted. The other thing I do want to add, and we lay this out in the letter that he and I sent to the mayor and the chancellor and copied to everybody on the ANC, is that there are options. And even though there has been some discussion about things being checked, I don't feel at all that the energy really went into checking out these various options and seeing if they're viable. And so I hope that you maybe can, you know, continue to put pressure on, and I know the council members are doing so. We will continue to do so, but I do feel like there are options. Certainly, even if this has to be, if the pre-K has to go to Military Road in September, which I don't even think is necessarily the case, I do think there are many options for the next year and so on, and this certainly should not be permanent. And that's it. Thank you very much for recognizing me.
Thank you very much. And finally, the last person from the Brightwood community that we wanted to recognize and hear from is Commissioner Candace Nelson. She is the commissioner for ANC 4A06, and her single member district includes both the Brightwood Elementary School and the proposed new school at 1375 Missouri, the former Lamb School. So Commissioner Nelson, we'd like to hear from you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Speck, commissioners and residents of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 34G. My name is Candace Tiana Nelson. I serve as the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 4A06, where both former Lamb School or the Military Road School and the Brightwood Education Campus are both located. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Roughly 4 weeks ago, I became aware of the District of Columbia Public Schools purchase of the former Lamb School, the Brightwood Education Campus, or the Military Road School, and immediately began to work with fellow commissioners in 3-4G, 4A, and 4C. Additionally, I attempted to connect with the DCPS leadership, the Brightwood Education Campus principal, and the president of the Brightwood Education Campus Parent-Teacher Association. During ANC 4A's meeting last Tuesday, I raised the issue and announced 2 meetings that I've coordinated and scheduled to be held with my single member district and the Brightwood community on this matter. The first of which took place this Saturday, January 9th from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. On Saturday, I asked Ms. Claudia Lujan, DCPS Deputy Chief for Strategic School Planning and Enrollment, to provide clarity about 3 options proposed by DCPS. At the time, I understood that there may have been some discrepancies between the understanding of these 3 options between the Lafayette parents and the Brightwood parents. Ms. Lujan clarified that the only proposal from DCPS is to use the space for Lafayette Pre-K 4. The 3 options are actually 3 alternatives that were birthed from DCPS's initial communication with the community in 3-4G and or the Lafayette principal and the parents of Lafayette. It is my understanding that, unfortunately, it appears this $8.3 million purchase, with every good intention to help relieve some pressure from overcrowding schools in wards 3 and 4, is one that neither Lafayette's or Brightwood's parents or principals would prefer. As of Friday, Brightwood's pre-K had 40 students, 33 on the wait list, 3 of which are inbound. They had 59 students currently in pre-K 4, 74 on the waiting list, 28 of which are inbound. After listening to the Brightwood Education Campus's PTA president, parents, and the Brightwood community on Saturday, it is clear that the preference would be to have the current Brightwood Education Campus modernized. One parent stated that she thought it would be a good idea to move Brightwood's pre-K program to the new location. However, if an alternative is chosen, one to consider would be the citywide option, where the pre-K would be open to all students citywide and preferences given to Lafayette and Brightwood students. And once they leave the pre-K program, they would then go to their inbound schools. One thing is for certain, they have no desire to split the Brightwood pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. They want them to be together. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I think I've summed up a lot of what was discussed on Saturday. I am happy about the fact that DCPS attended, that we had a lot of people who were able to translate in Spanish. I was able to understand, but afraid to speak in Spanish. So I was able to answer some of the questions and then have someone there to translate. But it was wonderful to see some of the parents' faces, to talk to them, to understand what the community needs. For me, it's not really about the communications process on finding out. I just feel like the moment we all found out, we took action, and we just need to continue to take action, and we need to fight for what's best for the students and what's best for the community. So that's what I plan to do. I'm happy that DCPS has said, and they're going to be here tonight, and I'll be listening, but really hopeful to have somebody from facilities join my next meeting, which will be this upcoming Saturday from 11 a.m. To 12 p.m. So we can talk really about the current situation at Brightwood Education Campus, and to see if we can start, know that there's no money currently in the capital improvement, plan, but just to see if there's something that we can shake out of a tree somewhere to start looking at the shelters that are in not the best shape at Brightwood Education Campus right now. I think that's all of my comments. Again, thank you so much, Chairman Speck and commissioners, for allowing me the time to speak.
I have a question, Randy. So
Go ahead.
Candace, thank you. You and I have been communicating about this since day one, and I appreciate your being here tonight. But I want to just make sure that I heard something correctly. In option one, as we refer to it, which is the standalone citywide early education center, is it that you said your community's interest would be in a standalone citywide education center with preferences for Lafayette and Brightwood?
The standalone and opening it up to citywide, that does help to, solve the problem with the waiting list, because the waiting list has so many out of bound students. You've got 33 on one waiting list with, 3 that are inbound, all the rest out of bound. You've got the other situation with 74, I believe, with 28 that are inbound and all the rest out of bound. So it would help to possibly take care of the entire waiting list if you open it up citywide.
But what about the preference part of it? The preference for Brightwood and for Lafayette in that school?
Yes, because it's in the Brightwood community and it's close to the Lafayette community, which could also help with the overcrowding.
So to confirm, your community's preference would be this standalone citywide school, but at that
Well, the preference is for them to modernize the Brightwood Education Campus.
Right, and our preference
because the fear is if any of these alternatives are taken, that DCPS may decide, okay, well, now we don't have to upgrade the Brightwood Education Campus, or we'll just get to that later, sometime later. Right. So none of these alternatives are actually the preference.
Correct.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're using, the terminology that's clear here.
The preference is renovate Brightwood. The Lafayette preference is find inbound location for our students. The question I'm asking is, even if on a temporary basis, while those solutions are being sought, if they're not immediately available, I guess I'm asking the question is the first next choice beyond our preferred choice a standalone citywide school that has a preference for Lafayette and Brightwood students?
That is one that would help. I don't know if that is the first preference. I don't know that they have prioritized the alternatives.
You mean your community?
Correct.
Thank you.
Candace, I have one question. Can you give me the numbers again for the enrollment and the waiting list figures for the pre-K3 and pre-K4 programs at Brightwood?
Sure. As of Friday, Brightwood's pre-K 3 had 40 students with 33 on the waiting list, 3 of which are inbound.
Okay.
They had 59 students in the pre-K 4 program, 74 on the waiting list, and 28 of which 28 are inbound.
Thank you.
I did see someone saying in the chat about the preference for citywide causing competition with the Brightwood pre-K. That I would have either Principal Kennard or the PTA president speak on. I'm just speaking on the understanding that I gathered from the community. We also had members from Shepherd Park attend as well. So we had more than just Brightwood 4A, ANC 4A. But everybody is interested in this topic.
Commissioner Nelson, thank you again for coming. Was there any indication what the reaction in Brightwood would be if the school on Missouri Avenue were exclusively for Lafayette and for Lafayette students only, with all of those students then going back to Lafayette to kindergarten?
I did not ask that question on Saturday. I can shop it around before this Saturday. I don't think that you would have anybody saying, get out of my neighborhood, you know, or anything like that. But I did not ask that question.
All right, any other questions from commissioners? Okay, if not, thank you very much, Commissioner Nelson. We're going to go to the comments from the community, and Lisa, you want to put the first panel up of 4 people from the community? And
before Commissioner Nelson leaves, could you put in the chat your maybe she can hear. Can you put in the chat your Saturday meeting with your SMD? Some people on the chat want to know. They may want to join that meeting.
While I'm looking for the other name for panel 1 is Hilary, I don't want to mispronounce the last name, Gawrilow. I got you. Thank you.
again, it would be helpful if everyone could rename themselves
Yes.
with their name, their actual name, so that we can identify you.
Yes. And just as a bit of background, everyone, we have about 5 panels for tonight. Generally, each panel is 4-person. For panel 1, we will be having 3 people. 1 panelist in panel 1 will not be able to join. So I believe everyone is on, and the first speaker is Hilary. So Hilary, if you're there, you can unmute yourself.
And Hilary, once you unmute yourself, I'm going to put the timer on for 3 minutes. And when it gets to be about 15 seconds left, I'm just going to note it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Just to time myself as well.
Okay.
No, create extra work for everyone.
Yeah, I have a
thank you,
timer.
Thank you. Okay, whenever you're ready, you just let me know.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to first say thank you to the ANC for hosting this or letting people speak during this about this important topic. I have a rising 4-year-olds. And this topic is, I find very interesting, the discussion that has been happening around this topic, as we are going to next week inaugurate someone who has run expanding pre-K4 options. And I know that many people in our community has supported that president, which leads me to show some concern about some of the survey results that came out, where 59% of people said that they would likely choose, they said that they would support, they said they could reduce the number of slots for pre-K4. That's just, I mean, I can't believe people were actually in support of either keeping the same number of slots available when having some sort of option available to create another pre-K class and a pre-K class for special education purposes. I think that's really important for our community and really important for not just our community, but the Brightwood community as well. I mean, let's be clear here. Like, I know that DCPS did not communicate this effectively or maybe engage the community as well, but having more resources available for our community and for other communities to create more educational opportunities for our younger children, I think is very valuable and very important. So DCPS might have already paid this $8 million for this campus. And if that's going to create more opportunity for children, then I think that maybe people should think about that. I understand logistic issues. I only have one child. I don't have a kid who is in elementary school and then have to shuttle them around. But I also understand that people will have a kid that goes to middle school and elementary school and might have to do that shuttle eventually. So you might just be delaying the inevitable. And the other thing I just want to point out, the half-day proposal, I think is a real burden to families with 2 working parents. I am a full-time worker right now, and this pandemic has been a huge burden. Even my son's daycare has reduced hours. That has put a huge burden on me and my husband. And having a half-day option doesn't create more educational opportunities for our younger children. It creates a bigger burden on families logistically, and maybe some people have the resources to hire someone, a nanny or someone to do something, to come in, and that's very, great for them, but it's not going to work for everyone in the community. And I just want people to realize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Alanna?
Hi, good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my perspective on this important topic tonight. My name is Alanna Hart, and I have 4 children. 2 of my kids are currently at Lafayette, grades 3 and 1. My 4-year-old is eligible for pre-K this fall, and my youngest will hopefully attend pre-K in 2023. We moved back to DC 6 years ago to be closer to family and chose this neighborhood specifically because my husband, Brendan Hart, has fond memories of growing up in the community and is a graduate of Lafayette and Deal, of which he speaks highly. While I grew up on the Maryland side, as a young family with 2 full-time working parents, we wanted a school district that offered universal pre-K to help enhance the academic and social emotional learning at a young age, while also relieving us of some of the exorbitant childcare expenses. And therefore we chose to move here. Investing in the Lafayette neighborhood was a commitment we took seriously. I have been actively involved in all of the meetings and surveys on the proposed permanent plan to move pre-K4 at Lafayette to the Military Road School, as I have some serious concerns with the impact it will have on the community and my family. First and foremost, this change would be logistically impossible for us as a family of 6. As I mentioned previously, we are a household with 2 full-time working parents and 4 young children. Should this change occur, we would have 4 kids at 3 different schools next fall, while navigating our work schedules and commutes. If pre-K4 is moved to the Military Road School, we will unfortunately be forced to find another solution for our 4-year-old son's education and childcare. We always envisioned our kids to attend Lafayette pre-K through 5, like my husband did proudly. I'm also concerned about moving the pre-K to a campus over 2 miles away from our neighborhood, as it will impact the sense of community we feel, given the majority of kids and families walk, bike, and commute to school together. Drop-off and pickup will be more rushed and not allow families to connect, especially those new to the school via pre-K. Additionally, as I've already seen 2 of my kids go through pre-K and transition to K, I know firsthand the value of having pre-K in the same building as the rest of the school from an emotional transition, as well as preparation for the academic rigor of kindergarten. My kids were set up for success in kindergarten because they were able to attend pre-K within the Lafayette building. I worry my 4-year-old, after already having been in 2 schools within 2 years due to COVID, forcing us to change this year, will have a rough transition entering a 3rd school for pre-K without his big sister and brother to walk him in and assure him he's safe. He will then have to relive another transition to a 4th school once entering K. Additionally, I'm very concerned and do not feel good about taking a brand new school facility from the Brightwood community when it is situated across the street from their elementary school, which is almost or over, actually, from what I just heard, pre-K kids waitlisted this year. It seems like a missed opportunity to not have included their community in the process and is not fair as it leaves a large set of children not being served by their boundary facility. Lastly, the process and lack of transparency and communication on behalf of DCPS has really raised a red flag on the entire intention of this plan. I'm asking DCPS and Dr. B to consider pausing the decision on finding a permanent solution to pre-K space given COVID, reopening plans, and other stressors already afflicting our community, children, and school administrators so that we can focus all efforts on reopening strong and allowing us to move forward with a temporary plan, even if it means only offering 2 pre-K classrooms this fall. Once we move forward with a temporary plan, once we are back live in school next year with some stability and clearer picture on COVID impacts, we can assess with more accurate data and enrollment numbers to take the necessary time and steps to fully explore all options and engage the community for a permanent solution to Lafayette's overcrowding, which includes pre-K.
Thank you so much, Alanna. Your time is up. We appreciate your remarks.
And can everyone be really cognizant of the time? We really need to keep it to 3 minutes. Please, thank you.
Stacy?
Good evening. My name is Stacy Beck. This is my 11th year as a Lafayette parent, so I'd like to add a little bit of historical perspective. At the outset, I want to be clear. Overcrowding at Lafayette is the direct result of years of poor decisions by DCPS, and our neighborhood's 4-year-olds are being asked to pay the price. Beginning in June 2015, Lafayette underwent a $78 million renovation. Predicting that enrollment would remain stable or even decline, DCPS built a new school with a maximum capacity of 805 students. As one member of the parent advisory team recently told me, parents knew and desperately tried to point out that the DCPS enrollment projections were far too low, but they were ignored. In fact, the same year, DCPS expanded the Lafayette boundary to absorb students from nearby Murch. The new school was designed with 7 wings, 1 dedicated to each grade, pre-K through 5th, each built with 5 classrooms and a common area, a place for group work, reflecting the school's collaborative philosophy. Parents were assured that these common areas could always be turned into classrooms in the unlikely event that enrollment would exceed DCPS projections. The early childhood wings were designed specifically for our youngest learners. Each has not only its own wing, but its own door that opens directly onto a dedicated playground for that age group. This makes sense both educationally and pedagogically. The youngest students have a separate space, but they are also part of a broader school community, which for many of them includes their older siblings. Lafayette's pre-K students don't need to move to Lamb to enjoy a space designed for early childhood education. There is one at Lafayette, and $78 million of our tax dollars were just spent to build it. The renovated school was opened in 2016, and even before opening, the kindergarten wing had lost its common area, as 6 classrooms were needed to accommodate the incoming cohort. Already it was clear that DCPS had grossly underestimated enrollment. Yet DCPS has done nothing to keep enrollment in line with its projections. To the contrary, it has made a series of deliberate decisions that have grown the school. By its own admission, the administration errs on the side of over-projecting the number of students. If projections fall short, they are able to take students off the wait list, including 57 last school year alone. In theory, this is great. We'd all love to open our school to the widest possible group of students. But at some point, with a finite space, the building simply runs out of room. That day has clearly arrived.
Thank you so much, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy, and thank you to everyone in panel number 1. Really appreciate your comments.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you.
Okay. So I will get ready to promote panel number 2.
May I just
Wait,
ask-
I think
may I just
Michael
ask
has a
about-
question.
May I ask a question about process? Or if we have particular questions for any of the individuals on any of these panels, when do we ask them?
Right now, if you wish, we ought to limit it to clarification questions if we can, because we do have a very limited time. So,
Okay, I'll try to ask a clarifying question. Clarification is not one of my strengths. Hilary is the person I'm asking a question to. Hi. So I just want to make sure that I understand, because you represent a voice that is a statistically important set of families in the community, which is one child rising to pre-K, who therefore doesn't have the scheduling problems that Alanna and many other families do. And I just want to make sure, as we think through the recommendations, what is your preferred, assuming there's insufficient space within Lafayette, and the DCPS system cannot find an in-boundary location, what's your preference with respect to Lamb? How would you like Lamb to be? How would you like Lamb to be structured, I guess is the question I'm asking. Because I think you will be speaking for many who are similarly situated to you.
I mean, I would prefer to have a full day pre-K4 option for my son, and have more classes available, not just for Lafayette, potentially like in boundary Lafayette, but also Brightwood. I mean, I don't know. It's unclear to me if this Lamb school will add. I know that I said it will add an additional pre-K4 for Lafayette, and then the pre-K4 for special education classes for Lafayette. And it's unclear to me how the Brightwood community would be affected. I mean, I think my bigger issue is, like, DCPS has already paid this money. Something is going to happen with this school. It might as well it's going to be something. And I agree, like, I would love to be able to walk up Utah and take my kid to the Episcopal Center. But if they're not selling, and DC's not willing to, maybe push a little bit with the legal authorities that they could potentially use, even though they still have to pay fair market value for it. I mean, they're not going to be willing to play ball there. I mean, Episcopal Center would be fantastic. I would love that, but it doesn't seem like it's a true option. I mean, DCPS hasn't said anything other than we can't lease it. I mean, they haven't said we can't buy it. They said we don't have budget here. But my preferred option is full day pre-K4 for my son, so he can go with kids that he could be going with, that he would also go with into kindergarten.
Right.
And to have a dedicated space. I mean, I don't want him going to school in a trailer. I did 5th grade in a trailer. It's miserable. It's like you're isolated, even though you're with the school. You're not really with it. It's not fun. So
you would be happy with, if I can put happiness in a sentence with this whole conversation, with the overage from Lafayette that couldn't make it into the Lafayette building, going to the Lamb school.
I mean, the reason they're doing this is because Lafayette's other classrooms are getting overcrowded and they need more room. I mean, I think Ms. Beck made some really good points about how the school system, miscalculated people moving into the area. I mean, this is the same problem Montgomery County has with all of their all of their elementary schools. They failed to do anything about investing in infrastructure for elementary schools. And then they're attaching trailers on the schools that were just newly renovated. Everyone has this problem. This is the problem. Lafayette needs the schools. Lafayette needs the space for the growing number of kids in the community. And they've just purchased this building. If my son can go to a full day pre-K4 program, that's what I want. I just want that.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you.
Randy, we've got to move on. Panel 2.
Randy, you're on mute.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you, panel 1. We're going to move to panel 2. So everyone,
Thank you.
please give me a little time to find
Thank you
and
so
bring up
much.
everyone. Okay, so panel 2 will be Jane Wilkins, Ashley Zink, Eleanor Correa, and Cecilia Parati Guilford. If you can raise your hands, that might help me. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you, panel 2. I think we got everyone. Our first speaker will be Jane and Paul.
Hi, we're Jane and Paul Wilkins, and we're the parents of a 4th grader, a 2nd grader, and a rising pre-K student at Lafayette. And first, just wanted to say thank you to the ANC and thank you to everybody that's been involved in trying to find a solution for this issue. My top issue with the Military Road School proposal is that the Lafayette Elementary School is a neighborhood school. It is not a charter school. Lafayette's model is to serve the neighborhood. I feel that DCPS has not listened to the voice of the neighborhood that Lafayette serves. I feel that DCPS has not adequately researched all of the options that could be solutions for having a pre-K program in the neighborhood. As a parent and neighborhood member, I would like to see DCPS delay the decision to move to Military Road until all other neighborhood options are fully vetted. And I urge the DCPS to pursue the options that are within walking distance of the neighborhood. My second issue is transportation and logistics. Personally, we may not be able to make the location work for our family at a school 2.5 miles away. This is obviously disappointing. We have always imagined our youngest child being able to walk to school with her older sisters who are currently at the school. We also imagined her being supported by older sisters and the broader Lafayette school community as she started her schooling. We also believe that having an option for children to have a walkable option for school is in line with the city's environmental goals. It is inconsistent with DC's climate change goals to create the Military Road School, which is not walkable and has limited public transportation options. My third issue is on the timing of these decisions. Parents, teachers, staff, and students are dealing with COVID, online learning, and school reopenings. We do not know what enrollment next year will look like as parents have made and will make choices for their children. I believe that now is not the time to throw in another big change of creating a new location for Lafayette students. I think it is wise to wait and use the time and energy to find solutions for the pre-K children in the neighborhood. Lastly, I believe moving Lafayette pre-K to the Military Road location would raise equity issues. Military Road location is within the school boundaries for Brightwood Elementary. Is it fair to deny access to the Military Road School to families in the Brightwood neighborhood when these families live closer to the Military Road School and are also experiencing overcrowding issues? I look forward to hearing other solutions to Lafayette pre-K in the neighborhood. I urge DCPS to delay the decision to move to Military Road until all other neighborhood options are fully vetted. And I call on the DCPS to pursue the options that are within walking distance of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ashley?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashley Zink. and I am a mother of a first grader at Lafayette currently, and an almost 3-year-old who hopefully will be joining his big brother at Lafayette in a few years. I'll try not to overstate the same things that have been said before, but I think the thing that continues to surprise and frustrate my husband and I the most is the lack of communication, trust, and understanding from DCPS at every turn, first with COVID and now with this issue. The proposed move for Lafayette's pre-K4 classes, while it may seem less urgent, has said to be permanent and would have a lasting impact on our community for years to come. Concerns raised about how filling the classrooms at this new school, which would then feed all students into the existing Lafayette building, which is already overcrowded, have been brushed off without explanation. Suggestions of trailers as short-term solutions were dismissed as unsupported by the community, even as Zoom chats filled with parents saying, "We are the community, we support trailers," as a short-term solution, not a long-term one. So you would think that before moving a group of 4-year-olds to a separate school almost 3 miles away with no viable public transportation option, that DCPS would investigate, vet, and exhaust all other options, including temporary options like trailers, until an option that receives support from teachers and parents alike can be found. You would think the DCPS would solicit input from current and future parents before making a permanent decision impacting the long-term enrollment of the school. But here we are. The lack of transparency and open dialogue during this process has left the community confused and upset. We are a household with 2 working parents. We do not employ a nanny or au pair who can drive our younger child to preschool. Managing simultaneous drop-offs or even ones that are slightly staggered would be nearly impossible for us and for many other families in the neighborhood. We urge our representatives, Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Farabee, to postpone this decision until all available options have been thoroughly investigated and exhausted. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eleanor?
Okay. Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. It's with great respect for Dr. B and the folks at DCPS that I offer my opinion. I understand how hard your jobs have been this year and that you have the best educational and emotional interests of our children at heart. My name is Eleanor Correa, and I have 3 children. 2 are at Lafayette, and my youngest is eligible to attend pre-K4 next fall. I've been following the discussions about the Military Road School proposal carefully, and I have many concerns about the move and its impact on the community and my family. I will not address the equity issues about the Brightwood community because I feel they have already been covered. I am worried that because the proposed campus is not within walking distance of Lafayette or my home, that my family will miss out on the community experience that makes Lafayette special. Dr. B described how the smaller early childhood center would create an opportunity for a more intimate community, which makes sense. But I and so many other families, the majority in fact, will have to worry about getting their older kids to and from the other Lafayette campus. There will be no time to linger at morning drop-off or afternoon pickup. We will use the carpool lane, and it will be a transactional experience so that we can get to the other kids. I know what this feels like because we've been doing it this year with our youngest child. Due to COVID, we all use the carpool line only, and I don't know any of the other parents. After a year of such intense isolation, this is an incredibly unappealing prospect. I also worry about those families that rely on the ability to walk or on public transportation. How will they manage the logistics? With the recent cutting of bus routes, it's projected to take nearly an hour each way to get to the school, despite that it's less than 3 miles away. But my largest concern is the haste with which this decision is being made and that the Military Road School is being presented as a singular solution to Lafayette's overcrowding problem. We can all agree that this year is unlike any other, and because of it, it is very difficult to project how people will behave next fall. I do not trust the projected enrollment data that has been presented because I myself waver on a daily basis as to whether or not I think it's the right choice to send my youngest to Lafayette pre-K. If I do, it will be her 3rd school in 3 years because of COVID. And if she attends the Military Road School, she'll have to then transition again for kindergarten. There's also a real chance that Lafayette will not be live in person 5 days a week next fall. And if so, I may choose to keep my daughter at a private preschool where I know she won't have a virtual experience. Anecdotally, I know many of my peers are struggling with these same thoughts. We want to go to Lafayette pre-K, but there's a lot of uncertainty, and adding in the prospect of the Military Road School with its numerous challenges makes me wonder if there may be less demand for pre-K than expected. Similarly, I believe families with their children in older grades that are already left the school this year may not come back, and more will choose to leave after this year. In closing, as I've pointed out and the other parents have shared, the Military Road School is an unappealing option. It seems prudent to choose a shorter-term solution to get us through the next year, whether that means trailers, renting another space, or even cutting pre-K classes in order to pursue a permanent solution that pleases the Lafayette community. That means a building within walking distance of Lafayette and within our school boundaries. Thank you for our time and attention.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Cecilia.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My husband and I have two children. One is a 4-year-old whom we will be excited to enroll at Lafayette for kindergarten next year. And the second one is a 2-year-old for whom we will be applying to pre-K4 next year. Our second child is likely to have special needs. And so when we decided to move to this neighborhood, Lafayette was a huge factor in that because it offered a very good public option that could cater to all of our needs. And so moving the pre-K4 to the Lamb School or cutting the pre-K option would have a huge impact for our family for the various reasons that have already been very articulately stated by the other panelists. Now, there are private options, of course, in the neighborhood, but many of them do not offer special ed solutions. They do not cater to children with special needs. And so for those of us who have children in that category and cannot make the commute, potential commute to Lamb, this is, creating an additional complication. I know that COVID has had a huge challenge, has presented a huge challenge for all of us and put a great deal of pressure on DCPS and Lafayette, figuring out one of the most essential services for our community. And I imagine it's drained a lot of your resources as well to having to think through all the options amidst the pandemic. At the same time, I've been amazed and incredibly impressed with our community here, how everyone has stepped up to help one another, to activate, and I count our family to be extremely fortunate to be part of this community. So I would call on DCPS and Lafayette leadership to leverage this community. It's an asset to help fill what may otherwise be gaps in time or other resources to explore alternative options, to consult and work with us to make us part of the problem-solving process. And I'm confident that together we can find a solution that could work for more people. We can't, unfortunately, it's impossible to please everybody. We have a variety of situations, but I do think that by exploring these alternative options further and delaying the permanent decision to move pre-K4 to Lamb or to eliminate pre-K4, I think there are better options out there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Cecilia.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
to panel 2. Any questions? Okay, thank you, panel 2. We'll be moving to panel 3. Give me a minute to.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, panel 3, if you could please raise your hand. Kirsten Keefe, Erica Green, Cassie Perga, I might have pronounced your name incorrectly, Pergament. Thank you, guys. And for panel 3, there will just be 3 panelists. One panel member was not able to attend. So we'll start off with Cassie.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my perspective. My name is Cassie Pergament. I'm a parent of a Lafayette second grader, a rising pre-K student, and a 2-year-old. I'm also a longtime resident of the neighborhood. I was born and raised here. My parents remain in the neighborhood. Along with my 3 siblings, attended Lafayette and Deal. In addition, I'm a 20-year public school educator and former school principal. I'm certain that everyone involved, especially Dr. B and the Lafayette team, wants this to go smoothly and seeks the best possible solution, and I also want to be a part of that solution. My top issue with the Military Road School is the potential impact given lack of access to the Brightwood families, given that it will be in their neighborhood. I don't presume to know what those families would want or need, but cannot imagine that we should be planning for them to not have access to something situated so geographically close to them. I believe it's extremely short-sighted to move forward with a plan that does not take that access into account. My second biggest issue is the potential that this will exacerbate overcrowding. I have this concern in the short term. I have no doubt over time the school would become desirable, but this is just not an ordinary year. It would be irresponsible for DCPS to use typical waitlist data as a predictor of what families are going to choose next year. As your ANC survey indicates, with the combination of COVID and the number of transitions this particular group of children is going to have to endure if Military Road opens, and the inconvenience of transportation with so much uncertainty, knowing most families are going to seek the safest and simplest path forward for schooling next year. I imagine many families will not use their seat. And while Dr. B promised that she would not fill them, DCPS was unwilling to back her up on that. And I feel certain that there will be financial pressure from DCPS to fill every single spot. And then once given a spot, and then once the neighborhood students who did not take their seats return in kindergarten, we will have a giant kindergarten class. My third issue is transportation and logistics. Personally, we will not be able to make this location work for our family. We will not be able to navigate 3 drop-offs, which is tremendously disappointing. We always imagined that our children would attend school at Lafayette pre-K to 5. And fourth, I understand why Dr. B and the LSAT are planning with these 2 options, but it is entirely unacceptable for the DCPS team to present these as the only 2 solutions. They are responsible for strategic planning, enrollment, and facilities, and they've done a completely inadequate job. Finally, I think an acknowledgement of their missteps and their processes and an apology from DCPS would go a long way. They've not acknowledged that they have not engaged the community on the outset, and yet they claim that both community engagement and early childhood education is a priority. This has created a giant and unnecessary rift in our community during a time that is very stressful already, and DCPS needs to take responsibility for the actions that they've created. I look forward to hearing more solutions other than the 2 that have been presented, and especially one that is within walking distance to Lafayette for pre-K. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Cassie. Next, we'll hear from Kirsten.
I'm Kirsten Keefe. This is my 10th year at Lafayette, and I'd like to speak specifically to process. I appreciate the ability to speak to you tonight. I think this meeting shows how hungry the Lafayette parent community is for a fora to express opinions and provide input and feedback, and I'm not alone in that. We can't ignore the fact that we're here tonight because of the bad process leading up to it. So over the course of 11 months in 2020, DCPS proposed and purchased a building for $8 million without one single outreach meeting to the Lafayette or Brightwood communities, to either of the impacted ANCs, nor to the Lafayette or Brightwood LSATs or other stakeholders. And I was going to walk through some other process points, but I really want to sit with that one for a minute because it's so significant. If most of us on this call in our personal or private lives not one iota of engagement with our stakeholders, it's really unlikely we would retain that privilege to be able to make such decisions in the future. So process is really important here and frustrating that it didn't occur. So here we are thinking about the problem set of missing out on 2 20-person classrooms to house pre-K for school year 21-22, I have a process concern here as well, similar to what Eleanor and Cassie pointed out, which is the historical data and the process to project enrollment is just shaky at the moment, considering what current enrollment being decreased and what COVID will mean and what the logistics of that decision will mean, that we can't really rely on those enrollment projections as clear. At the end of this purchase process, DCPS is piling on with more poor process in refusing to document and fully investigate, as the parent community is clearly asking to consider fulsome options that seem to be available. I want to address some comments in the chat that Dr. B had said the ANC survey didn't get vetted by the LSAT before putting out, for example, the ECC option or the rec center option. I think that has process exactly backwards. I think we would expect DCPS and the LSAT to think of and propose those options to us, as opposed to us having to come in the reverse. So my request to this group and to DCPS is to truly engage on those options, delay the decision until we can keep Lafayette in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirsten. Erica?
Hi, thanks. My name's Erica, and I am a neighbor, a working mom with kids in DCPS, and I too am passionate about the importance of having public pre-K options so parents, especially moms like me, can work. And like others here, I want to echo that particularly now when this pandemic has hurt so many moms in the workforce, we really need to support working parents, especially in the middle class, who can't afford private preschools. But what I want to talk about particularly today is to tag along to a little bit of what Cassie was saying about overcrowding, and then speak to that a little bit further. So here's what I know and my concerns around that. So Lafayette's enrollment was 940 students in the 1920 school year. That already exceeds the building's capacity of 805. If we move pre-K to LAM, that's not going to shrink enrollment. In fact, it'll likely grow the total school population as in-boundary families decline pre-K seats at LAM, which will then be filled by out-of-boundary students with the right to matriculate through to Lafayette. So this then poses a problem not just for Lafayette, but also for Deal and Wilson. So, DCPS policy gives out-of-boundary students the right to continue through the feeder pattern. So in other words, any student accepted out of boundary into Lafayette pre-K has the right to then attend Lafayette, Deal, and Wilson. So this decision then reverberates through those 3 schools. I have children who attended Lafayette, and now I have a 7th grader at Deal and a 9th grader at Wilson. When my children were at Lafayette, their cohorts were about 85 to 100 students, most of whom, like my kids, went on to Deal. Today, those sizes at Lafayette are now about 130 to 160 students, and those students will be headed to Deal and then Wilson. And overcrowding is already a problem at Deal and Wilson. The Deal school building has a capacity of 1,370 students, and it has portables like the cottage, or trailers, if you will, that hold an additional 120 students. During the 2019-2020 school year, Deal enrollment was already at 1,458, or 98% of its total capacity, which is school plus portables. So at Wilson, it's even worse. So the school's capacity is 1,829, and last year enrollment was 1,872. So they've exceeded the capacity already. So what I'm just trying to say here is that rather than offering LAM as a quick fix, DCPS should really be looking holistically at how to address the capacity issues. That means, looking at purchasing or leasing property in our neighborhood, keeping the schools walkable, and not trying to implement half-baked proposals that lack this community support, and they'd only exacerbate the school overcrowding. So certainly it should be a measured and well-planned decision. So thank you for helping to explore those other options.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
Erica.
Really.
Were there any questions from the commissioners of this panel? Okay, with that, thank you, panel 3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for showing up. Thank you so much.
We really appreciate it.
And give me a minute to switch you guys back and move to panel 4. And in the meantime, if panel 4, if you could raise your hand, Tom Kraus, Nick Fennell, Rob Park, and Ann Sun. Okay, thank you. Connie, you ready? Okay. Connie's ready.
Like writing notes and okay, I'm ready. Who's the one? Who's the one?
Our first speaker up for panel 4 is Tom.
Okay, Tom.
Great, thanks. Thanks for discussing this issue. And I want to thank the parents of kids with siblings at Lafayette who have raised concerns about the challenges, and I want to be sensitive to those logistical challenges. You know, I'm the parent of a child who is a rising 4-year-old. He does not have siblings at Lafayette. So the reality is, if there's no other option identified, he's not going to get a slot at Lafayette, right? And so I don't think we've really acknowledged during this discussion that for kids who don't have siblings at Lafayette, if we don't use the Military Road School, unless something else is found, we're just not going to get slots. We're going to have no inbound option. So I would just encourage us, if no other option is found, to think of constructive solutions to make the Military Road campus work. Because I think making a decision to limit enrollment at Lafayette, it's a decision to exclude my kid is functionally what it is, because the folks with siblings will get in, my kid will not. And I think that's wrong. So, you know, I think the primary concern that we've heard is the challenge of multiple drop-offs, and that's fair. I mean, I think we could consider things like using the 2 classrooms that are available at Lafayette for those kids who have siblings at Lafayette. That would make sense to me, and then let the rest of us go to the Military Road campus, right? It's inconvenient for me. I don't want that, but it's better than having no inbound pre-K option. And if we did that, then there would be extra space available for the Brightwood students as well. So there's no equity issue to be concerned about, because we could both leverage that campus. I think there are actual solutions. I think there are also transportation solutions that could be considered. It seems like so much the debate has been about all or nothing, and I think that's short-sighted. There are real solutions that would ameliorate a lot of the concerns from parents with siblings at Lafayette, that would create an avenue for kids like mine who don't have a sibling, and that would address the equity issues raised by Brightwood if we just utilize the 2 classrooms at Lafayette as well as the Military Road campus. So thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you. Nick?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Nick Finelli, and I am a neighbor that lives on the 6100 block, 32nd Street. First off, I want to thank the commission for the time this evening, especially Commissioner Gore for coordinating all the speakers today and giving me an opportunity to speak. My wife and I moved into the neighborhood in 2017 with no kids. We now have 1 child approaching pre-K age and another one on the way. So we are certainly in that logistical thought process right now, trying to figure out what we're going to do with our 2 kids going forward. And I'm here tonight with the hope that we can hit the pause button on this process so that we can work to find an alternative solution within the neighborhood. You know, we chose to live in this neighborhood because of its great sense of community. And that community is really anchored by Lafayette. And we moved here knowing that we would have the opportunity, potential opportunity to send our kids to a wonderful neighborhood school. And part of that draw was the pre-K option at Lafayette. You know, my wife and I both work full-time. the idea of having a community school within walking distance was another reason why we chose to live in the neighborhood. Logistically, you know, my wheels are spinning in my head thinking about, you know, dropping off, picking up, having kids at preschool, or I'm sorry, pre-K and upper grades at 2 different locations, and how difficult that can be for families, you know, in the coming school years, and families like ours that are planning for that. You know, the equity question is another one that I think is really important. I think Cassie in the panel before really hit the nail on the head, in that it would be unfair to potentially limit Brightwood residents from having access to an educational facility within their own community. It's something my wife and I are certainly concerned about, and that gets me to my last point, and I'll wrap up here quickly because I know we have a lot of folks that want to talk. But the idea of process and timing, and really the lack of transparency throughout the process. If it hadn't been for concerned neighbors, you know, letting us know about this issue just a couple weeks ago, I'd probably be sitting on my couch watching the Alabama-Ohio State game, completely ignorant of what was going on at the meeting tonight. So it just doesn't seem like stakeholders in our community, as well as the Brightwood community, have been engaged in this process to really find a solution that works for both neighborhoods. So again, I really hope we can hit the pause button on this, and that the community gets a chance to work with DCPS, the ANC, other stakeholders, so we can find an alternative solution within the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Nick, it's 14-7 Alabama in the second.
I did take a look, so thank you very much. Right before I came on.
That's actually was going to be my first line. I can start.
Sorry, Rob. Sorry. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
So my wife and I have been Lafayette parents for 8 years now, and we still have 7 to go. We have a 6th grader at Deal, a 3rd grader at Lafayette, and our youngest would be in pre-K next year. Breaking up the school is an extreme step that should only be considered after all other options have been fully explored. What makes Lafayette unique is its centrality to the community. It's about neighbors walking to school together, kids biking to school together, the Halloween parade, parents staying and chatting at drop-off, and the annual class dinners. We've lived here more than a decade, and that communal experience has always been what has made Lafayette special. The long-term preservation of that experience should be at the center of these discussions. It is not something that can be replicated elsewhere by putting a sign that says Lafayette in front of a building. Similarly, establishing a permanent satellite campus outside the neighborhood is an extreme step that should only be considered after all in-neighborhood options have been fully explored. If we must open a satellite campus, then there needs to be a transparent and strategic discussion of what's in the long-term interest of the school and community. That would mean full consideration, not the perfunctory dismissals of other options, and that would occur before a decision is reached. Of course, each of these alternatives has its problems, but so does the move to Lamb. That's not what happened here. I don't want to belabor the process points because Kirsten made them very well, but the process here was terrible, and I haven't heard anyone defend it. I'm sort of new to this and had naively assumed that DCPS would want community input and figured that they would do their best to understand our concerns and work to address them. After all, it's the consequences of past DCPS decisions that have brought us to this point. They should be motivated to listen. Instead, it's been very clear that ideas, questions, and criticism are not welcome. To me, the big question is whether this proposal is sustainable and desirable over the long term. We should be focused on the long-term interests of the school and community. The survey suggests that most parents would decline seat slots at the new location. If that's right, it could wind up worsening overcrowding at Lafayette, with the potential for more DCPS solutions coming in the future. And even if people do accept the slots, is it sustainable over the long term to have a pre-K in Brightwood that is reserved for kids from Chevy Chase and Hawthorne? I have real doubts about it, and honestly, after 2 months, I still haven't heard a clear articulation of how the plan is in the long-term interest of the school and community. Instead, we've heard mixed messages and changing stories about whether it's temporary or permanent, when and why a third option was taken off the table, whether trailers are feasible, how they'll manage enrollment if inbound parents turn down spots, and the impact of the proposal on the Brightwood community. Just wanted to thank you all for shining light on this issue and listening to community members on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anne?
Good evening, everyone. I too am thankful to the teachers and to Dr. B for all their efforts on behalf of our children this year and all years. I think you're really our heroes. So I hope you don't take this as a criticism of you, but I am very concerned about the process and I felt like I needed to speak. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a parent of 3 children, 2 currently at Lafayette, a 4th grader and a 1st grader and a 3-year-old. I serve as Lafayette HSA co-president, and I sit on the local school advisory team. I'm not speaking for the LSAT or the HSA, but from my perspective as a parent and a community member, the many on the LSAT are also concerned about this process. Thank you to DCPS for proactively trying to address our overcrowding problem. But unfortunately, the large majority of Lafayette families oppose the solution to move our pre-K program to Military Road School. The results of both the LSAT survey and the ANC survey are consistent. Only 30 to 35% of the families with a child aged 0 to 3 would accept a slot at Military Road. Respondents offered hundreds of comments, pleading with DCPS to consider alternatives and citing the many drawbacks of the proposal, including logistical concerns, inequity, hampering our ability to rebuild a sense of community at Lafayette, inaccessibility, and the potential to pit us against Brightwood community over resource contention and boundary rights. From my seat on the LSAT, I am disturbed by the way this process has been conducted. I'm particularly struck by DCPS's written response to question 6 from the ANC, where the ANC asks, what were the 3 original options for addressing the space issue at Lafayette? And at what point was the choice narrowed to 2? And who was consulted? DCPS's written response cites the November 18, 2020 LSAT meeting and says that the LSAT moved away from the idea of removing specialist classrooms given the impact on students in all grades. I was present at this meeting, and I do not recall foreclosing on any options, and the minutes from this meeting do not reflect that either. November 18th was the first time the LSAT was presented with the Military Road proposal, and at the time, we had not had time to collect any community feedback. It does not seem prudent that the principal and LSAT should make any definitive decisions after one initial conversation, but the response to question 6E certainly seems to indicate that is what happened. This does a huge disservice to our community, and the approach must be reconsidered. I find it unconscionable that after significant community uproar, that DCPS has not seriously explored a single one of the suggestions. The answer that DCPS facilities representative gave during our January 8th LSAT meeting, where she said, I've not actually been to the school in a while, and I have not measured the space on that concrete pad, is telling. DCPS has not made a good faith effort to consider the alternatives for the short term while we seek a more satisfactory solution to keep Lafayette Pre-K in the neighborhood. I will also note some breaking news. At a meeting with the mayor tonight with Ward 3 Democrats, the mayor indicated that DCPS can lease properties if it's in the budget. And you're welcome to watch the video. You know, it's not a specific question to Lafayette, but she does indicate that leasing is possible. About trailers, no one wants trailers for the long term, but DCPS is saying the notion cannot be entertained. And in 2018, trailers seemed like a perfectly acceptable medium-term solution. And I'll put in the link to the notes. The minutes from the 2018 LSAT meeting. I also want to urge us to be clear-eyed that moving our pre-K to Lamb School would not be a short-term move, as some in the community have argued could make sense. DCPS rarely makes short-term moves and has in fact indicated that this move would be permanent. From my perspective, DCPS bought the building at Military Road without any serious consultation with the Lafayette community or the Brightwood community to understand if families are interested in the location. The vast majority of Lafayette families are opposed to the location. And in the survey results, again, say 30 to 35% would accept a PK spot at Missouri if offered. But DCPS must now fill the building, right? So it's placing enormous pressure on our LSAT to accept a false choice, move our pre-K program to Military Road, or cut our pre-K program. This is doing a disservice to our families who have raised genuine concerns about equity, inaccessibility, and logistics, and are asking DCPS to consider short and longer term solutions to avoid splitting our campus into 2 locations over 2 miles apart. I urge the ANC to pass a resolution demanding that DCPS return to the drawing board and find a solution that keeps Lafayette Pre-K in our neighborhood.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Anne. Does any commissioner have any questions for this panel?
Yes.
Commissioner Zeldin?
Thank you. So Tom, I want to talk with you in the same way I spoke with Hilary. It seems to me, and unfortunately the data is just not stratifiable this way, but my expectation is that the 36% that would accept LAM as an option, if no in-boundary option is available, are probably people who are situated in yours and Hilary's spot, which is 1 child, who faces the realistic possibility that if no option is made, in addition to reducing slots, your children are not going to get a public school option. And I think that that's really an important thing for us as a commission to remember. The thing that I want to focus on a little bit, which is what I was trying to ask Hilary, which is if there is an option of the LAM school, which is not everyone goes to LAM, but overages, kids who don't get into Lafayette because they don't have a sibling preference and therefore won't likely get in, they have the option to go to a new facility at LAM, what is being called as a sort of standalone school. What I was asking Hilary and what I'd like to ask you is, do you have a sense of, as a matter of equity, as a matter of, sort of your personal, needs, would you prefer that if there was this standalone sort of option, that that's sort of citywide, that we as a commission recommend that be an option for overages, but with a Lafayette and Brightwood preference? Or are you happy with, we have a standalone location citywide and everyone applies and everyone, sort of is in the same boat as anybody else who might be applying?
Tom, you're on mute.
Thank you. Look, my preference is obviously to be as close to the neighborhood as possible. So if there's nothing identified, then yes, my preference would be to be able to access the Military Road School with some kind of preference for Lafayette and Brightwood students. As long as that does not disrupt my ability to bring my child back to Lafayette as a kindergartner.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification because I worry about, I just think that there's a group of families that have legitimate needs, and everyone starts from the same point. Nobody wants to go anywhere outside of the boundary of our school district. That's for sure. Everyone thinks the process that was presented to us stunk. If we get to a point, however, where we have to move some kids out of Lafayette in order to make sure that everyone has an option, I'm just trying to make sure that we recommend that which is best for the families like yours who will not likely get into Lafayette, but who want a public school option, which I think is of critical importance.
I think in the scenario you described, I would be no worse off, but many families from Lafayette would benefit from being able to be at that campus. I think that makes sense. I don't see a reason why those, we don't actually have to make a stark choice there. They could enjoy the Lafayette classrooms. My kid could still have access to public pre-K. I don't see why we can't do that.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions for the panel?
Thank you to all of the panelists. We really appreciated
Thank you so much. Okay, we're on panel 5, right?
Panel 5. So give me a minute and let me adjust your settings. In the meantime, panel 5, we have 2 speakers, Andrew McMahon and Gary Thompson.
Oh, shit. Wait.
That's
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's Andrew.
Okay. Oh, it's Andrew. Okay, good. I just see Shannon there. Okay, so you're going to go first, correct?
yeah, whatever you want me to do. No big deal.
Okay. Okay, you're up.
Great. So I appreciate everybody's feedback here. I'm a parent of 3 kids under 4, so I'm lucky to be here and awake. I am in the camp, Michael, of folks that want an option, full stop, even though I know I'll have a sibling option for the latter 2 kids as well. I want to say up front that I think early ed should be provided or afforded to as many kids as possible in DC. My wife believes the same thing. By need, if limitations around classroom size are for real, rather than a lottery. And if there's an option to provide pre-K4 to the Brightwood neighborhood in full, that would even eliminate pre-K4 for our community, I'd be for that. So just to put that up front, it's a bit disheartening, having moved here a couple of years ago, to see the community react this way. It's one of the wealthiest zip codes in the district, and we're fighting the expansion of early ed, for any student, frankly, at the moment. And it's taking time and attention away from DCPS when it's already presented us an option. The equity piece is a real issue. The Brightwood community should be considered first. And like I said, if there isn't an option for Lafayette that doesn't pull resources from other schools that need it, we would be for that, even if it means moving us out of the boundary. I know there are a lot of families like myself and Tom and Hilary that are on the other side of this and haven't been as vocal, haven't put up a petition or a website for this issue. I just, the arguments being made somewhat, seem somewhat privileged in terms of what's being presented here, their convenience, their process issues. And it doesn't really have a lot to do with, curriculum and inclusion. And so, it seemed like DC solved an issue, limitation of pre-K4 space, not the crowding issue, but an issue for one of the most affluent neighborhoods in the city. And some parents are unhappy due to process and convenience concerns. We're going to ask the city to prioritize a more convenient option for our community using additional DCPS resources, because the land building is bought, so that some parents don't have to manage multiple drop-offs or drive 10 minutes there and back. And it feels like we're saying to DCPS, if we're not given exactly what we want, we're going to force you to eliminate pre-K4 in our community. And if I were DCPS, I'd say we're providing this option, the pre-K4 option at Lamb School, to a community that's a bit more grateful for the option. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Mark?
Hi, good evening. Thanks. And thank you, Lisa, for getting me back up on the agenda. I appreciate that. My name is Mark Rooney. I'm part of an inbound family. My son, our oldest child, went through pre-K last school year. We have a 3-year-old and we have another one. My wife is pregnant 8 months. So we, if everything goes well, we'll have a 3rd child here within a couple weeks. We are 2 full-time working parents with very busy schedules, just like a lot of folks around here. Some of these logistical issues are extremely important to us. My position is simple. Every effort should be made to keep Lafayette pre-K at Lafayette. To be clear, that's not a vote for fewer spots, but every effort should be made to create necessary space at Lafayette, whether immediately, if possible, or over time. So I want to address two issues, and I'll try to be brief. One is, why is on-campus pre-K important? And I have 2 points on that issue. And then 2, my concern about the long-term planning process going forward. So why is on-campus pre-K important? First, logistical reasons. A lot of those have been raised relating to drop-off and pick-up at 2 locations and at a distance. You know, one issue that is of concern to us that hasn't been raised is the timing issue with respect to before care and after care. My son, when he was in pre-K, was the first person to open the building at 7:30 a.m. when pre-care opened, and the last one there at 6 p.m. for pickup, just because that's the nature of our schedules. So if the decision is made to put pre-K 4 at Lamb for some period of time, you need to please consider extending pre-care and aftercare by at least half an hour on each side, because otherwise 6 p.m. pickup becomes effectively 5:30. You have to go to one of them half an hour earlier. The second reason why keeping it on campus is important to me is that I simply believe that kids learn better while being mixed in with older cohorts, as they can watch the older kids and interact with them. And in fact, Lafayette had this great program that my son went through. It's like a mentoring program where older students kind of look over and show the younger kids around at the school. You know, there's great reasons for that. And I don't want to see that go. I'll jump to my final issue and try not to extend my time too much here, which is the long-term planning. You know, we had a once-in-a-generation renovation of the entire school, and yet it immediately ran out of space. I feel like there were a lot of missed opportunities here. There was a basement renovation, there was a rec center renovation, and these space issues weren't addressed there. I know people are working as hard as they can and doing the best they can now to solve this problem, but we need to do better, and we obviously still have problems. And I think about that quote from RFK: if some look at the world as it is and ask why, others dream of the world as it may be and ask why not. So I dream not only of pre-K on campus, but also universal pre-K all the way down to pre-K 3. And I just ask, why not? You know, where are we in that planning process? And why don't we think big and have capital projects and other projects to meet that demand? So if you're forced to move it, and again, I hope you don't, or DCPS that is, I think every effort should be made to make this a short-term solution, you know, a 1-year solution and not a 2 or 3 year solution. I think it's troublesome that we have this problem now and the process that led here, but when my second and third kid are ready for Lafayette pre-K in a few years, if we still have this issue years from now, then I think it will be an even bigger failure. So let's avoid that, and I have faith that we can do that. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Gary?
Okay, good evening, everybody, and congratulations, new commissioners.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your service. I am here tonight speaking on behalf of the members of our ANC Task Force on Racism. The ANC originally charged our task force to, quote, identify equity and justice issues within our community and to recommend actionable items with the intent to close the racial divide. More information about our task force and its members is available on the ANC website. Our statement tonight is focused on the process by which DCPS proposed the use of the Military Road School for Lafayette's pre-K program and the extent to which racial equity is implicated. And also thank you to the many task force members who drafted and edited our statement. Everyone may know that the Military Road School was established during the Civil War to educate free Black children, and it operated as a segregated school until 1954. You may also know that Lafayette Elementary was originally open only to white students and displaced a thriving Black community. That history must be acknowledged when deciding what school and community should benefit from using the building now. When DCPS requested budget authorization from the DC Council in July 2020 to buy the Military Road School, the accompanying documents from DCPS stated that purchasing the building could accommodate overcrowding in Lafayette, Brightwood, and Shepherd Elementary. In addition, when the council debated the legislation required to reprogram the funds to purchase the building, Councilmember Grasso reiterated that the purchase would, quote, support diversity. Yet, when DCPS later announced plans for the use of the building, it only offered space to Lafayette, the whitest and most affluent of the 3 school communities. We are concerned how the decision came to overlook the needs of the students of Brightwood or Shepherd, despite the building being directly across the street from Brightwood, whose pre-K students have attended schools in trailers for 8 years, and that still cannot accommodate all in-boundary students. We are also concerned that while funds were reprogrammed to buy this building, money has not been allocated to fully modernize Brightwood's buildings, which we support. We have questions about the allocation of resources to Lafayette to the tune of $78 million only 5 years ago versus resources to Brightwood. Finally, we're concerned about DCPS failure to engage all affected communities. Lafayette community has spoken up and resources to raise funds. 100% of Brightwood students qualify for free lunch compared to 3% for Lafayette. Lafayette students are 70% white and 9% Latino, while Brightwood students are 2% white and 79% Latino. We would expect DCPS to proactively seek out opinions and perspectives from all impacted communities and put a priority on achieving equity between our neighborhoods. So in closing, while we understand that DCPS seeks to make a prompt final decision for planning purposes, we encourage DCPS to slow down and make time to seek out and consider all perspectives before arriving at a final, equitable decision that takes into consideration the needs of both communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gary.
Any questions?
So
from
with
commissioners?
that, that concludes the panel.
Okay, thank you all very much.
I have a question for Gary.
Okay.
It's the same sort of question. So Gary, hi, thank you. It's the same question I've asked Hilary and Tom in certain sense, but a little bit of a variation of it, which is if the option for overages, and again, I'm not supporting anything in particular, but if we're not moving the whole of Lafayette to the Military Road School, but we're preserving the possibility that kids who don't get into Lafayette would then have a public option at the Lamb School. From an equity standpoint, do you have a point of view as to whether or not that new sort of citywide preschool should, because of its proximity to Lafayette and Brightwood, preserve a preference for those local students who, without the Lamb option, may not have a public school option at all?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the way our task force feels on this is we should defer to the Brightwood community. The Military Road School's across the street, from their school. If we had a small school like that across the street from Lafayette, I think we would naturally feel that it's our school to use for the spillover from Lafayette. So we want Brightwood's community to be considered first and foremost. They have the same shortages that we do, and worse. Their kids have been in these trailers for 8 years. These trailers are owned by DCPS. They're not leased, so they're not well serviced by our own school. The conditions are not optimal, and we've only sort of really learned about this in the last couple of weeks, exploring this as a task force, and it's something that still bothers us. We want our city to devote adequate resources to Brightwood, and I'm so glad that Commissioner Nelson was on earlier. She's a fabulous commissioner, and I really trust her perspective, and I know she has the pulse on that community. So I think we kind of have to sort of take a step back and hear from Brightwood, see what they want. Do they want exclusive use of that Lamb School? Do they want to share it with Lafayette? Do they want to open it up to the whole city? Whatever that is, if there is an option left for the Lafayette community to use some of the Lamb School, great. We don't want to step on any space over really, in their neighborhood. So
that I understand. The question, I guess, the nuance of the question I'm trying to ask is, assuming that Brightwood has said, sort of, we don't want that school in whole, and we heard from Candace that they said they really don't want it at all because they think it might undermine the pressure on DCPS to modernize Brightwood. But if the school is to be used at all, I'm still trying to get a sense. If we're saying as a commission, if we're recommending as a commission that the Lamb School be made available on a citywide basis for kids who don't get into Lafayette or can't get into Brightwood, I'm asking, do you have a sense of whether, because of it being most local to Lamb, to Brightwood and to Lafayette, that we say that those students that can't get into the Brightwood or the Lafayette school-based programs get a preference to go to that local school?
I mean, I guess that sort of goes beyond the scope of our task force. I mean, in other words, assuming the equity issues are addressed. We're not stepping in and taking priority over the Brightwood community. Assume they don't want full and exclusive use of the Lamb space, and there is the option for Lafayette families to use enough of that space to accommodate a full 4-classroom program. I mean, that's a policy choice, that we're all in the middle of, that you all are in the middle of making. So that kind of goes, that's sort of, to me, in other words, the equity issue is resolved. I hope. I mean, we would have to be convinced that the equity issue is resolved, but if it is, and that space is really available, then, I guess that's a reasonable outcome. I happen to be the grandfather of a 2-year-old that would be in the pre-K program, and there's no older siblings. So, I'd be happy to drive her across the park every day and drop her off. And it would be nice for our little family. But I mean, I speak from the same perspective, Commissioner Zeldin, that you pointed out from several others. So it's, but our focus as a task force, I'm sure I've conveyed, is let's put the equity issues first and foremost and make sure that they're all addressed, especially what we know are the intense needs of that Brightwood community to have their own school facility fully funded and remedied.
Thank you, Gary.
Lisa, are there any others who want to speak?
That's all for the people that signed up for the panels. So we can go to the broader community in the meeting that didn't pre-sign up.
If anyone wants to speak now and hasn't had a chance thus far, you can raise your hand.
Yep, we definitely have some hands raised. So give me 1 second to change the panel.
Thank you so much to the panelists, this last panelist.
Thank you.
Patricia Balestra has raised her hand. Patricia.
Hi, good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Patricia Balestra. Thank you all for your time, not only tonight, but leading up to tonight. I am a Lafayette parent. I have a 4th grader and a 1st grader. I will state that neither of them attended Lafayette pre-K. That was just a personal preference of ours. We were fortunate enough to be able to keep them in a small preschool that we really wanted to remain a part of until they started kindergarten. We are committed, however, to a public school education for our children. And I think my main concern, although I will say that until tonight, one of the things I hadn't really read into and thought about as much, but that now is very much resonating, is the whole equity issue and the fact that the Lamb campus is in another neighborhood that needs to be served and has a need. So that to me is a very big deal. I'm very concerned about 2 things. Number one, the complete lack of transparency in all of this. I'm very concerned that this decision was presented to the community. And basically it was, here are your choices, make a decision within 48 hours. It's this or this. That just really bothers me, the way that was done. The second thing that concerns me is how, and again, I don't have a rising pre-Ker, nor will I. But what concerns me is how, if the number of families offered spots from our neighborhood, the number of families that turn down those spots, but then come back to Lafayette for kindergarten, all of those spots that have been filled by out-of-bound children will then also be at Lafayette. And so our current overcrowding issue will only become greater. And so I feel like by putting our pre-K at the Lamb campus to solve an overcrowding issue is only going to make a bigger overcrowding issue that then feeds into Deal, feeds into Wilson, and it's never quite addressed. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See one more hand up.
Yep, Lily.
There's also a question, Commissioner Zeldin, in the Q&A, there's a question for you, so you should look at it and answer it when you have a chance.
I did answer it.
Oh, you did, okay.
I think, unless they ask me a second question. Yeah, I answered it. Just a second ago.
Okay.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, thanks for letting me talk. So much has already been said. The 2 key points that I just want to throw in the pot are the fact that the bus cuts that would go east-west to the Lamb School supposedly are real and happening. And so, for people who currently would use the bus to get to Lamb, there would be no bus. So the E4, E6 bus lines, that's a real concern if they make the Lamb move. The other concern is just more how this ties into the larger plans for Chevy Chase small area development plan, which adds in housing density, which then exacerbates crowding at Lafayette. So it's just another wanting us to look at the big picture before we make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that up. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yes, thank you very much, Lily. Okay, is that everyone, Lisa?
Yes, I don't see any more hands.
Okay, if you could put Claudia Lujan in as a panelist then.
Yes.
Claudia
DCPS.
is DCPS. And the reason we put DCPS at the very end here is so that you could hear everything else that was being said and react to it. But also because we've heard a lot from DCPS. There have been 2 community meetings and the ANC meeting on December 14th. And there have been a lot of other meetings as well. So LSAT meetings and other potential opportunities to hear from DCPS. So if you could keep it very brief tonight, we'd really appreciate it. We're going to have to discuss a resolution after we get finished with this, and so that's going to take us a while too. So thank you very much for being here, and we really appreciate all the work that you and others at DCPS have been doing in this planning process. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, so I will try to keep it brief, and I want to just sort of lead with reiterate some of the things you may have heard in previous meetings, but I know we have a lot of different people potentially on tonight, a little bit more about the thinking behind this proposal. And then I do want to spend a couple minutes just clarifying. Zeldin has asked a little bit about the alternative with the preferences, and at least clarify our position on that, as well as the conversations we've had with the Brightwood leadership on this. So I just want to note that, folks mentioned, yes, the purchase of the building happened. It was clear that it was acquired so that we could try and address overcrowding within the area. As folks know, the overcrowding at a subset of our schools within our portfolio, particularly within the Wilson feeder pattern, has been an issue that we've all been grappling, parents, school leaders, school communities, and DCPS has been grappling with for many years now, with no really good solutions and no silver bullet for all of the overcrowding issues. I know folks, some parents, folks mentioned Deal, Wilson. It really spans from some of our elementary schools up through the secondary schools. So when the opportunity presented itself to DGS to acquire this building, I think the city jumped on the opportunity and said, yes, let's figure out how to bring this in the portfolio, figure out how do we then use this to help relieve overcrowding. We did look at Brightwood numbers. We looked at the numbers in the schools in all of the areas, in the nearby area. And the proposal led with Lafayette, because based on the analysis that we had done, both in the current enrollment, as well as looking at the city's master facility plan, 5 and 10-year projections of enrollment moving forward and building utilization, it was clear that the greatest need, the acute need was at the Lafayette School building. I think that over the next 5 or 6 years, projected to be at over 130% utilization. We did look at Brightwood. The Brightwood numbers, they are currently at about 90% utilization. They're projected to be at 80% utilization next year. A lot of that dip is in their utilization is not driven by lack of demand. They have great demand. As folks have mentioned, they have a very healthy wait list at pre-K. But they are in their final year of transitioning from an education campus serving pre-K 8 to next year, there'll be a full pre-K 5. So they lost 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes over the last couple of years, and this is their last year with 8th grade. They had some healthy size middle grade students numbers, which opened up space for them. So that's why we see their utilization dipping, and that's why their projected utilization is much more within that can be, it doesn't raise their school to the top of the list of needing to address from an overcrowding perspective. So I don't want folks to think we did not think about Brightwood, that we did not look at that number, that we did not look at Shepherd, that we did not look at other schools. We have been tracking all those utilizations and enrollment over the last several years, and even looking at the master facilities plan. But within that scope, we had this opportunity. It is a small building that made sense for a pre-K size program and to move forward with that. So that is a little bit of our thinking in terms of why Lafayette over other schools. And, it's not that we didn't look at it. It's not that we didn't consider it, but when we really were trying to use and trying to help address overcrowding, that was the impetus. And also because, and I want to remind folks, is that we do not have another good solution to keep Lafayette's pre-K program whole. If I had a solution that was closer by, if facilities had a solution that was more convenient, we would push that forward. We don't. As a mother of 4, I get the logistics. I understand how hard it is to try and navigate multiple sites. I understand why families would prefer that. I completely do. I wish I had a better solution that I could offer. And so in this moment, we had this opportunity, and that is why we move forward with that proposal. It is not to say that we don't want to think about how to best figure that out in the future, or haven't been thinking about. And so a lot of the other proposals on the leasing, I know that there was a comment that we also heard about that was made at the other meeting. We're looking into that in terms of how does that change our position on leasing. That's been a position that has been pretty clear from the beginning. And so I think that is that's a little bit of the impetus of why we are pushing this proposal forward. There have been alternatives that have been proposed by community members throughout the process. As you guys mentioned, one is the citywide center that would be just citywide, no boundary connection to any one school, and would essentially add capacity at the pre-K for anyone who gets a spot. The other alternative was to proposed was to have a citywide center with a preference for Lafayette and a preference for Brightwood. And then the third alternative that has also been discussed is whether we use it for Brightwood. Let me talk a little bit. I know that Commissioner Zeldin, you've been wanting to narrow in on that preference one, that second alternative, and really understanding folks' perspective on that. I had a good conversation with the Brightwood leader and the PTA president at Brightwood. Candace, Commissioner Nelson also held a community conversation where we talked through these alternatives in more detail, as she mentioned, which was a great opportunity. Our initial concern, and one that the Brightwood PTA president and principal also shared, was my flag for the preference one is that would potentially undermine or have a negative impact on Brightwood enrollment. When we had our first conversation before those alternatives were proposed with the Brightwood principal, one of the things he said is, listen, I am supportive of this. What I just want to make sure is that we are not bringing in options that are all of a sudden taking away students from Brightwood in a way that hasn't existed before. So we are used to charter school presence. Lamb was there for many years, but he wanted to make sure that we were not changing boundaries or essentially changing rights that families had away from Brightwood. The proposal to move the Lafayette pre-K program does not do that. The citywide option without any preference does not do that. The citywide option with a preference does start to get into that space. And so we did raise that as a question to him and to the PTA president in terms of, do they share that concern? And I think their perspective was, that's something we'd want to think about. I think we would not want something that would potentially be a direct competition with Brightwood, and would not want to undermine their enrollment. And so I do think that the preference it starts to go down that path. Again, families would still have a right to Brightwood, but now they would have an equal right at a different school. So that's something that I wanted to just add clarity on. In the conversation we had on Saturday with Brightwood families, that also came up as a concern of how that preference would impact Brightwood. And they also, and the principal also did share, moving the pre-K program from Brightwood to Military Road does not allow for an expansion. They currently have 6 gen ed classes and 1 self-contained classes. They currently have 7 classrooms. The Military Road does not allow for them to expand their pre-K program, which is what they would like to do. And I agree. I think giving them an opportunity to expand would be great. They have great demand. They have met all of their in-boundary demand at pre-K 3. They do have in-boundary families still waitlisted at pre-K 4. And they have healthy out-of-boundary waitlists as well. The move across the street doesn't allow the expansion. And so I think he did raise some concerns around moving across 2 campuses logistically adds, and then the only way to add expansion is if we were to split the program across 2 buildings. And that's not something that he did raise more concerns about and was not interested in. So I think Commissioner Nelson, in terms of her raising the interest in pursuing a path towards modernization for Brightwood, was something that was shared. Yes, in terms of how she agree with her, like that is something that the Brightwood community is interested in discussing more and figuring out how, is there a possibility or a path forward to do that on site. So that's a little bit of a clarity. I know that you've asked that question a few different times on that preference piece, and that I just wanted to confirm that would, there is a risk that would have an impact on the Brightwood enrollment with that second alternative.
Okay, so have you finished so we could open it up for any questions, I suppose?
Yeah, I know I'm over time.
Okay.
Michael.
So, Claudia, thank you so much for everything. I know you are acting in good faith, and you're in a very difficult situation. And I, for one, and I think the commission generally very much appreciates everything you've done. And this is not a us versus them. It's we trying to figure out collectively the best available option for all the communities involved in this decision. I have to say a couple of things which your comments. One is if Brightwood is unable to accommodate all of its pre-K student applications, how is using the Lamb School, preference or no preference, creating competition with that school? To me, that makes no sense whatsoever. And I think that while you may have spoken to the principal, I don't know that we've really surveyed the community at large to ask them whether they would prefer having spaces available to them at the Lamb School versus remaining on a waiting list. I expect that there isn't a family in Brightwood or in Lafayette that would say, well, you know what, I'll just stay on the waiting list rather than have a school choice at Lamb, irrespective of whether the principal wants all of his kids in all of his one building. So I don't understand this competition point at all.
Yeah, so I think that the way that an in-boundary preference works is that you, when you have an in-boundary preference, you're moved to the top of, you're matched first in the lottery, right? And so families that don't have preferences are matched after. So what ends up happening is we now have Brightwood families that he has been serving all his pre-K3 families, in-boundary families, through his current classrooms and then some out-of-boundary families. And Brightwood has still in-boundary families that aren't getting in at pre-K4 through the lottery. This could potentially, he could potentially lose his in-boundary families to the new site because they would get there first. And so what that would do is, again, he has enough demand to backfill them with out-of-boundary. It just, it's just a different, it's just they basically both have equal rights, so he would essentially do that. I think the citywide center, I think what you're trying to touch on, and I think this is where the citywide option, I think tries to address this the most among the alternative options, is the citywide option adds the capacity generally for anybody, doesn't give any one community a leg up, but does add capacity to that area. Now, we say citywide because it would be technically citywide. There wouldn't, it wouldn't have a boundary associated. What we know from many of our own citywide schools that we have, and we have a few, and then many from most charter schools, not all, but most, is that while they are citywide, they typically draw from families within the area mostly, right? Again, that makes sense. Families that live nearby are going to be applying in higher numbers to that site. So while there is not one preference for one particular neighborhood or address over another, a citywide school, typically speaking, does tend to enroll or draw from a more what we call kind of an organic nearby area. So, and that would do that without pulling any in-boundary families away from Brightwood's pre-K program, right? And again, not to say that it's not, I think it's not to say that that school wouldn't be able to backfill with other students. It's just that it would just be shifting. There would be the risk. Again, it's a risk. We don't know how families will choose option, on their list of choices in the lottery application, what they would rank first, but it is a potential risk that he would be serving less of his in-boundary families at pre-K than he does.
Yeah, but I guess is if they can't accommodate them all at Brightwood and they have a preference, therefore, to go to the Lamb School across the street, and they retain no preference to go any place in kindergarten other than back to their in-boundary school. So they would go to the pre-K for Lamb because they couldn't get into the Brightwood campus. Then they arrive at the K level and they feed right back into the Brightwood school.
Yeah. I think the one clarifying thing, and we can definitely take this offline because I think it's just a technical nuance, is when you say they can't get into Bright, when you say because they can't get into Brightwood, then we're losing a choice of Lamb. That's the issue, is that it's not that we don't know yet. These are new incoming families that would typically go to Brightwood and now might be going to Military Road. So it's a split of hairs that I don't want to spend too much of this time on, but it is, what it does do is it has the potential to pull in boundary families away from Brightwood's pre-K program and into the other program. Now, you're right, all those families will come back at K, right? We assume, and I think probably safe to say, but it has an impact on its enrollment. And I don't want us to think about this alternative as having zero impact on enrollment at Brightwood. I think it does have some sort of impact on the enrollment at Brightwood that we just have to be cognizant of, that's all.
It just seems so speculative and so irrelevant compared to making sure that kids have a guaranteed public option, that to deny them, so the right of first choice in that school for some theoretical option that it may create competition with a school across the street, to me is of no sort of moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's not theoretical. It would be competition, and I just remind folks, like, there's no guarantee in pre-K. It is a lottery for a lottery. It's not that we are very clear, like, we cannot guarantee spots for anybody and everybody in that way, unfortunately. But yeah.
Peter.
Could I just understand? Didn't Ms. Nelson say? Didn't she give us some figures, waiting list figures for pre-K that had, I assume for pre-K in Brightwood, that had the majority of those on the waiting list as out of boundary. So I'm not sure why. Michael has been exploring this idea of the overage from Lafayette going to Lamb. Why can't the same model be applied to Brightwood? The overage, the out of bound overage from Brightwood also has the option of going to Lamb. It's a symmetrical solution for the two schools.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that symmetrical solution relies on families choosing Brightwood first as their top choice and not choosing Military Road first. That's the assumption we're making.
Well, let me step in and see if I can synthesize this a bit. The concern is that instead of having just those 28 people who are inbound on the wait list, you'll have some of the 60 or so kids who are already, who got into Brightwood, who would instead opt to go to the Lamb School. Mm-hmm. And so you would, in fact, reduce the number of in-boundary kids from Brightwood who are going to Brightwood Elementary. They would instead be going to the new standalone school. Yeah. That's his concern.
Yeah, and again, I say it as a flag, right? I don't say it as like this is a deal breaker, but I just want us to be mindful that it does have an impact more directly on Brightwood than the other options do, right? And so I felt like when I had that conversation with the PTA president at Brightwood and Principal Kennard, and I shared this with on Commissioner Nelson's meeting, is that when that option was introduced in the public conversations that we had been having, I did want to come back to Brightwood leadership to share that, because that was, he initially in the first conversation did say, listen, I just want to make sure when, as DCPS is considering what to do with this building, that I understand what that means for my enrollment or for rights that my families have. I don't want you pulling families away from me. And so again, I think it's a flag. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it is something that I just want to know. It does have that potential to have that impact. And so I just want to be clear in terms of how it all plays out and works out.
Lisa?
Claudia, I have a question for you. Some of the families have brought up, and I've heard this in some of the discussions, a concern that if our families do not choose Lamb, or if they're offered a slot and they don't choose Lamb, there's going to be open slots available, and the concern that those slots would go to out of boundary students. Now, I've heard Principal Boucard say that there's no intention of filling those slots of out of boundary students, but what is DCPS policy on that? It's one thing to say that, but I really want to know what the policy is.
Yeah, so Principal Boucard and her LSAT has raised this. I spoke to them, I think, on Friday. This came up. And what I said was, one, this was a concern that was raised early on in the proposal when we had the first conversations with Lafayette. And so I don't know if folks remember, at the very beginning, the move to the pre-K Lafayette included the opportunity for them to expand by not just a self-contained special ed room, which wouldn't create that issue, but to expand by one gen ed room. And after having those conversations initially, we said, you know what, maybe we hold on the expansion of the additional pre-K room to wait and sort of see how enrollment might look, what turns out, what the demand is from in-boundary families. That concern was brought up again, even with the decision to not do a new room and hold on just moving their current rooms, that if there wasn't enough demand, could we just not fill them? And what I said then, and I'll say now, is that one, I would have to engage leadership on a strategy around that. I think there's a couple things that we do. One is I would be concerned if we held a bunch of rooms that were half full and didn't fill them with students when we have, we are spending our budget money to provide these seats for pre-K seats. So I do, I worry about holding a significant number of seats empty if we don't get enough in-boundary demand. That said, I do think there are strategies in which we could figure out how to, wait and see once, like what the lottery and once we just a final decision made where families are choosing what to do from a offering seats perspective. So what we typically do in K and up is that schools, particularly overcrowded schools, where we don't quite know how the in-boundary families at kindergarten up, because many of those families don't have the lottery, so we don't know. We offer 0 seats and we wait to make waitlist offers. So
let me ask you.
So I do think that there's.
Wait, let her, yeah.
Let me ask you.
I think that there are
pre-K. So I understand the example with the higher grades. I'm just really concerned right now with what is the current DCPS policy. And when you say strategies, are you talking about policy exceptions? What's the current DCPS
Yeah, so what I was
policy?
trying to use is the strategy we do for K-5 is what I would say we would want to consider for pre-K. Mm-hmm. So that's why I use that as the example, is that in K-5, many times we lower the number of seats available so that we can then wait and see what the demand is. Because what we try and avoid by all means is to make an offer to a family that we have to take back. We don't want to ever do that. So one strategy would potentially be to hold back and see how the demand looks based on the lottery data before making that final decision. So that is something that we could consider. I cannot speak though in terms of, I would have to engage leadership on a wholehearted decision to say, if we open 4 rooms and only 2 fill, will we sit with 2 empty rooms so we don't bring in out of boundary students? I don't think that that's where we would land, but again, I don't think that's my ultimate call. But I would be concerned by holding so many empty seats.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't you open up a pre-K 3 for those 2 empty classrooms? If you have empty classrooms, open up a pre-K 3 in boundary in Lafayette. You have a pre-K 3 in boundary in Brightwood. Why not open it? If you have you end up with 2 free classrooms because of this gambit. Then say to families in Lafayette, we'll give you 2 pre-K 3 classrooms, apply on a lottery basis and see how things go.
Yeah, that is kind of up in the conversation. And this, for me, frankly, does raise an equity concern. We, as you know, that there are a subset of our schools in our higher income neighborhoods and primarily in most of the Wilson feeder pattern that don't offer pre-K 3. And so that decision was made many years ago under the Universal Pre-K Act around really wanting to prioritize kindergarten readiness for families that need that and ensuring that families that don't have as many pre-K resources are getting first access to both the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 programming. So I think that's a significant policy shift that I would have serious concerns with, because that would open that up for a huge subset of schools that don't currently offer pre-K3. And that would really pull pre-K resources to
I saw Commissioner
to some of these schools that frankly, options and great access. I just think that's a pretty big, significant shift that we'd have to think really hard about, because it doesn't just impact this school, it would sort of.
Thank you. Let's move on to two other commissioners.
About not offering pre-K3 subset schools.
John? You have to unmute yourself.
John Higgins, Commissioner Higgins.
Okay. Got that?
Yes.
Fine, we hear you. Yep.
Okay, great. I would like to pick up on two comments that have come tonight. One was Ann, who was reporting breaking news about the perhaps ability to lease a facility. I'd also like to pick up on the fellow who said, why not ask, or why not ask why not, in looking at all the options. I traversed over to Lafayette yesterday, as a matter of fact, at the intersection of Patterson and 33rd. Those are the cement steps right by the Lafayette playground or Lafayette facility. It's just about 3/10 of a mile from those steps to Episcopal, which seems to me almost puts Episcopal in the classification of an annex rather than an alternative location, because it is so close. Presuming that the ability to lease could be shaken loose from the city council or the budget office or whatever, how would you judge the Episcopal option? It's a school. It prevents a good learning environment. It's not the bottom of a office building on Connecticut Avenue. The letter we received from Episcopal indicated that their mission of their overall facility is for the benefit of children. They said it was a long-standing mission of theirs. So that would indicate to me that maybe there would be the ability to, if we were able to use that, we could use it for a fairly long time until other options came to the fore. So what would be, and I would think that option would preclude all these discussions about Deal and Wilson and formulas and out of boundary and in boundary. The kids would just be down the street a couple of blocks. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, so I too, I saw Ann's comments about what the mayor had, her comments in this other meeting, and I heard the same thing. I also got a fury of texts and updates. And so we are trying to understand exactly what that means. It is my understanding, and my colleagues in the facilities team, who are the ones that primarily deal with the leasing and other capital improvement plans and so forth, that was not on the table for us. And so I believe that still is true. I have not heard otherwise, but I do think that it's probably going to take us understanding a little bit about what she meant from the comments that she made, and understanding how that impacts options on the table for Lafayette. So that's something that too was a little bit news to us or during this meeting, and I would have to follow up with my colleagues and understand exactly what that means. We have leased, we know we have leased other spaces on a temporary, typically for leasing purposes, for swing purposes at UDC and other things. But this would be a sort of long-term indefinite lease that would be a little bit different of a situation. And so we typically would do a lease if it's leading to purchase, or if it's only needed on a temporary basis. So I'd have to go back and see if her comments somehow shift or change our position on ECC. But it's my understanding that that was not currently available to us as an option in terms of moving forward with just a lease option. Again, as we had mentioned before, like if it was a lease to purchase or purchase opportunity, I think that would be something that we were interested in. It's my understanding also we approached ECC not just recently since we proposed the Lafayette move, but we approached ECC back in the spring as well.
I believe, I'm not sure if this is true, but I'm under the impression that you leased UDC buildings when Merch was being renovated.
Right, and so that's what I was saying. We do lease that. Those are temporary situations because we're leasing for a short term while school is swinging at another site before they can go back to their permanent location. What's different about this is that this could be an indefinitely permanent situation. So it's not for a definitive amount of time. And so I think that's what is slightly different in this case. So yeah, so I mean, the notion also, I think, you know, the question around like, we reached back out to ECC since this came up as folks raised this, but DGS had, and the, you know, facility folks had reached out to back them in the spring because again, we're always a little bit on the lookout for any space or available space in that area. We just launched, you know, we just purchased GDS and are moving forward with a new Foxhall. So like, we are always on the lookout for additional properties to be, because we understand that we have these overcrowding issues. So
let me just follow up on Peter's question, on John's question, excuse me, that if that were an option, let's say tomorrow the mayor says, yes, you can go out and lease a property and here we're going to find a budget for it. Would you think that would be an option you would explore?
I defer a little bit to the facilities folks, but if we had the budget and if it was something that was a viable option, I would say we would definitely want to explore it.
Okay, good.
I don't know. Yeah, I want to be clear, like when we make these budget decisions, it's not, as you guys know, there's not just an unlimited budget. Take away something from something else. And so I think those are the trade-offs. It's hard for me to say yes, because if that means that we are not moving forward on another, you know, commitment that we had made to another school, like those are things we have to weigh. But if it's something that is viable and feasible, I think we should definitely explore it.
Okay, Peter?
Look, I'll be guided. Am I on? Yeah, I'll be guided by my fellow commissioners who are more immediately involved in this issue. But we've been talking to Ms. Lujan now for half an hour. And I think we understand generally where DCPS is, with the caveats that the rules that you are having to play by may be changing, you know, and so maybe something else will happen. But do we, if you all who are really close to this issue, and especially Michael perhaps, you know, feels that this negotiation is productive, fine. But Ms. Lujan has done a good job of articulating the position of the school. We've tried to come back to her. Isn't it time for us to move on and discuss?
I agree completely, Peter. And as chair, I'm going to say we're going to move on to talk about the resolution now. We've heard enough from both the community and I think DCPS, not only tonight, but many other times as well. And I think it's time for us to consider a resolution. So thank you, Claudia, very much for being here tonight and for answering questions and being very forthright with us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Okay, I know we're losing some of our audience. We now have only 44 attendees, dwindled a bit. I know people are very interested in what the commission's going to do about this. And so we have, I've spent a lot of time trying to put together a draft resolution, and it's now 16 pages long. I'm not going to read it, thankfully. But I will summarize it very briefly. And this has been a process that has gone on over the last 3 or 4 weeks. I think I started drafting this about 3 weeks ago. And it has constantly changed because we are constantly getting more information. And that has been valuable, certainly. And our survey was extraordinarily important in this process, as were the answers that we got from DCPS to the questions that we posed. But we received all of that basically in the last 4 or 5 days. We've also had information we've gotten from the council members who've written letters to the mayor. We've gotten the letters that were written by the State Board of Education representatives. We've gotten a lot of information just in the last few days. And so the resolution, in order to be accurate and up to date, has had to go through some modifications just in the last 24 hours. So with that said, I'm going to just briefly summarize the draft that I've circulated to all the other commissioners, and that we can discuss once I get through just a general description of it. The first section is just a background on the proposal, describing the situation at Lafayette and in terms of overcrowding and the availability of the Lamb School that was purchased. The purchase decision actually began very early in 2020. And then we discussed the DCPS engagement with the community on the proposal, and this addresses a lot of the procedural issues that people talked about. And a number of the community people, the parents, talked about the lack of transparency and those kinds of things. And so we discussed that in the various meetings that have been held over the last 6 weeks or so. Then we look at DCPS's basis for proposing the Lafayette School. And this gets to the question that Ms. Lujan just mentioned, that they judged that the situation at Lafayette was more acute than at other schools. And therefore, that was the reason that they proposed this for Lafayette, even though there were wait lists at other schools as well. And then we talked particularly about the Brightwood views on the proposal to relocate Lafayette Pre-K 4 to their community on Missouri Avenue. And we talked about the three options that Ms. Lujan described were discussed with the administration at Brightwood and with the PTA president. Then we look at the alternatives for Lafayette Pre-K within the Lafayette boundaries. And we've heard a lot about those, and particularly the Episcopal Center for Children and the Lafayette Pointer Recreation Center. We go through the responses that that DCPS gave us on each of those specific alternatives. And in general, I mean, they've simply dismissed them. The release of the Episcopal Children's Center was dismissed, as Ms. Lujan just indicated, based on their inability to lease facilities. Now that may be called into some question. And we also have emphasized the point that some of the parents made that, you know, maybe we should be looking more carefully at that policy, if it is a policy, to make sure that we do explore opportunities that we could use in our neighborhood, at least on a temporary basis. And we go through each of those. And the reason that they rejected things like the rec center at Lafayette Pointer Park is that it would conflict with DPR programming. Well, we need to establish what our priorities are. Are our priorities for DPR programming during the day at the Lafayette Rec Center, or are we more concerned about providing pre-K for our children? Then we go over the community survey, and Commissioner Gore described that earlier, and Commissioner Zeldin added some color on some of the specific questions that were asked and the responses that we got. And we go through those in some detail. And again, all of that is, all of the survey results are on our website and available for everyone to see. Then we review the letters that the Ward 3 and Ward 4 elected officials have sent to the chancellor and to the mayor about this issue. And basically both of them have reached the same conclusion, that there ought to be a pause and that there ought to be a closer examination of the possible alternatives so that we can really make sure whether those alternatives are possible or viable at all. And they agree, I think, with some of the conclusions that we reached after looking at the explanations provided by DCPS, that the alternatives have not been thoroughly explored, and that there are other things that could be done to look at those possibilities. So that comes to the recommendations that we would make to the mayor and DCPS for Lafayette Pre-K 4. And there are several specific recommendations. The first deals with the need to have a broader plan. It's quite apparent that the purchase of the building on Missouri Avenue was pretty serendipitous, that it just happened to be available, so they bought it. They really hadn't thought about how that fit in with Brightwood or Lafayette, but thought, maybe we can find some use for it. We need to have better planning than that. And so and that goes for the entire Wilson feeder system, certainly, and for other schools, I suspect as well, that the planning process needs to be much, much better. For instance, how is the modernization process run? How are they making decisions to modernize Lafayette, but not Brightwood? Those kinds of decisions really need to be looked at more carefully. And we need to have an overall master plan. I know they have a master facilities plan, but it's not really working. And so we need to have a better planning process that involves the people in our community. And one of the things that, rather than just waiting for some property to become available, like the GDS school, for instance, maybe they should target particular property and say, we need a school here, and go out and try to buy that school. I mean, after all, the Lafayette campus itself was obtained through eminent domain. So maybe that's the kind of thing we need to think about.
I don't think we want to use that as an example.
Well, maybe not, but that displaced a bunch of Black families too. So that was not a good thing. But we need to think more creatively about how we can find properties that are going to be suitable for our schools. It's a very important part of our communities, as many of the parents emphasized in their statements tonight. The next point that we make is that obviously they should be exhausting all of the alternatives, all the possibilities in boundary to make sure that they have checked every box and have explored every possibility to keep a walkable alternative within the Lafayette neighborhood. That's in everyone's interest, I think. The next point we make is with regard to the equity point. Clearly, they need to be involved more with the Brightwood community. Although they have talked with the PTA president, who's also an ANC commissioner, and with the principal, there's not been as much outreach to the community. In fact, I think the meeting that Commissioner Nelson held last Saturday was the first real effort to try to get parents involved in the process. And that's what they really need to find out. They need to find out what the parents want in Brightwood. And that's going to be a more difficult activity, I think, than perhaps it is here, because a lot of those parents are not as involved with the community as with the school as our parents are. So that needs to be done, and that needs to be done in a very intensive and thoughtful way. Now, certainly, they bought the building on Missouri Avenue and it needs to be used. They're clearly going to use it for something. So I think our purpose here should be to try to find the best use for that property that's going to serve the best good for the most people. And in looking at that, we look at really four options that have been suggested. One is that it become a standalone citywide early education center that is available to anyone citywide with no preferences at all. The second option would be that it is similarly, it's a citywide standalone early education center, but with a preference for Lafayette and Brightwood. And those are the questions that Commissioner Zeldin was exploring with several of the people who made statements tonight. The third option would be to move the Brightwood pre-K and pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 to out of the trailers over into that new building. But that apparently is not a desirable outcome for the Brightwood administration or perhaps even the Brightwood parents, because it's going to separate them from the rest of the school. And they had a lot of concerns about that. And the final option is the one that DCPS has been proposing, and that is that the Lafayette Pre-K program move in its entirety to Missouri Avenue. We, based on our assessment from both the things that Ms. Lujan said, as well as talking with Commissioner Nelson and listening to some of the parents, and talking actually also to Commissioner Rubio, who is the ANC commissioner and also the PTA president. It seems that they prefer what was categorized as option one, which is the standalone citywide with no preferences. When we asked our parents in our neighborhood what they would prefer, we didn't have actually some of these options on there because we didn't know about them at the time we were doing the survey. But options 2 and options 4 indicated that there was a split in the preference. There was a slight preference in one way or the other, but basically the community was split as to whether those were desirable options or not. Some people, and it splits along the lines that Commissioner Zeldin was questioning about, and that is whether they have siblings or not. Frequently, people who have siblings are more concerned about the logistics issues and therefore are more concerned with some of those options that would have them going over to the Brightwood, to the Missouri Avenue building. So in the end, what I've recommended, and some of the other commissioners have been very involved in this as well in drafting this draft resolution, is that option 1 probably is the better approach, either with some kind of preference or perhaps no preference at all. And all of this is pending getting more input from the Brightwood community, because we clearly believe that we need more input from them. And the reason why we've settled on this is that, first of all, it's going to provide the most new opportunities for pre-K. We would keep the Lafayette and Brightwood pre-K where they are, to the extent that Lafayette can provide pre-K, whether it's 2 classrooms of pre-K or 3 classrooms or 4, or whatever it can, it would stay at Lafayette. But that would then be in addition to whatever pre-K can be offered at the Missouri Avenue School, which would be a net increase for the city as a whole. We would have more pre-K than we would have if Lafayette simply moved its pre-K over there. That seems to be a very significant benefit, to get the maximum amount of pre-K, because we will continue to be using the 40 to 60 students at Lafayette, and then we would have, in addition to that, another 60 to 100 kids at the Missouri Avenue School. The second is that we realize that a lot of the parents with the children with siblings are probably going to enter the lottery and would be able to go to Lafayette in any case, even if there were some cutback on the total number of seats available. And so those kids with siblings and those parents who have the more logistical problem of two drop-offs would more likely be able to get in at Lafayette. And those that can't get in through that sibling priority in the lottery would then be able to apply and get a seat at the new Missouri Avenue School. And if Ms. Lujan is correct that this new school, even though it's citywide, will draw primarily from the immediate neighborhood, then you are going to get a lot of kids from Lafayette who will get into that school. And that will be a net benefit. Those people who can't get in because they don't have a sibling priority will be able to get into the building on Missouri Avenue. I see your hand, Peter. Wait for a second. Okay, I'm just going to try to get through this and then we can have a broad discussion. And this will also preserve everybody's rights to stay in the same feeder system that they're in. This won't give anyone any additional rights to go to Lafayette or to Brightwood, and would then not have the same potential for creating additional overcrowding. Also, that because we're not permanently making a decision here, we can continue to explore the other alternatives. If we make this permanent decision that Lafayette's pre-K is going to go to Missouri Avenue, that's it. The decision's been made. And we're not going to be able to explore any alternatives at that point. It's better if we have an opportunity now, especially because of the turmoil of this year, to take a look at what's going to happen in terms of enrollment at Lafayette, given COVID and the fact that a number of people did go to private schools because they were having in-person classes. So it will be a different situation, I think, in the fall. And this will give us an opportunity to look at that and see how that plays out. Finally, there is a substantial majority of Lafayette prospective pre-K parents that have indicated they would accept a lottery slot at the pre-K program if they would not accept a slot if it were relocated at Missouri Avenue. And we think we can't really predict how large a proportion of the parents are going to make that decision, but there's going to be a substantial number of them. And at least this will allow us to figure that out. So I think that we agree with the State Board of Education representatives who have said that we shouldn't accelerate the schedule to make this decision. We should have a pause, essentially. Let's not make a decision that's going to be permanent and is going to fix us in one position for several years. And that this early education center at Missouri Avenue will be a net benefit for the district as a whole, and it will give opportunities for both the Lafayette parents and for Brightwood parents and other parents in that neighborhood to have an additional number of pre-K slots. So that's in a nutshell what we proposed. And I know it's a lot more complicated than that, and I can't really summarize it in 10 minutes. But let's have a discussion about it, and then we really do need to vote tonight on what we're going to do. So anyone want to start the discussion? Peter, you had your hand up first.
No, I made a mistake.
Oh, okay. Okay.
With a button, that's all.
Okay.
I just
Lisa?
I just have a point of order. Is it typical that you all do discussion before motion is on the floor, or do you
Well,
motion first?
you're right. Robert's rules would suggest that we're supposed to have a motion and a second. So I would make the motion that we adopt this resolution. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So let's have the discussion then. Anyone want to talk about it? I mean, a lot of people have had opportunities for input on it already. Peter?
Just so either you clarify for me or you clarify for people listening, our embrace, such as it is, of option one of the citywide early education center, in order to make that a pause and not just a way that for DCPS to read through our long resolution and then say, okay, that's what we're going to do. We are proposing to do that just for a time limited period. We are set until we gather data on that, or DCPS gathers?
Well, it does, the way I intended this is it doesn't eliminate the need to continue looking for alternatives within our neighborhood for pre-K. So it would not preclude leasing or ultimately purchasing even the Episcopal Children's Center, for instance, or finding some other alternative within the neighborhood that could expand our availability of pre-K within the neighborhood. But it would continue to be, I think, it would continue to be an early education center for the city as a whole, and would not, that would not change, I think, unless something changed in terms of the environment that we decided that that's not working out and we need to do it differently. But it would be considered a permanent early education center that is standalone and available to the city as a whole. Michael?
So to Peter's point, I circulated about a half hour ago proposed revision to paragraph 30 of the draft, which takes account of, I think, what Peter is saying about the consensus among the commissioners that DCPS, as an initial matter, explore more fully inbound options before making any decision whatsoever, that we're consensed around the belief that there has not been a robust exploration of options in boundary. We hear them say that they have looked into it, but have sort of, in my view, out of hand, dismissed them without really the type of inquiry that I think this situation requires. So I say in my proposed new language that as a threshold matter, where our resolution says to DCPS, get back to work and find something in boundary, because we think an in-boundary solution can be found if you prioritize it. And that may mean that the pre-K 4 cohort is split between two locations, but that may be the best and only way to keep everybody in boundary. I say then, though, that if we are in a situation where the Lamb School, Missouri Avenue School, is to be used as an overage for the families that can't get into Lafayette, and those are, as we talked about with Tom Kraus and Hilary and others, that those are the one kid families that are going to get locked out of Lafayette, that we maximize the public option available for them. And that, in my estimation, I would, subject to gathering some additional data from Brightwood and the Lafayette community, prefer that there be a preference added to our language that tries to maximize the assurance that our families that need a pre-K option and who are faced with as serious an overcrowding situation as our immediate environment allows for, has that. So I think that's important. But I also think, so the people who are listening understand, this proposition of a pre-K citywide independent school presupposes that the current principals of Lafayette and Brightwood, well, neither would be the principal of this school, that this would be a new school with a new administration running this as a standalone school. And one of the things that we say in the draft resolution is that if the school moves in part to Lamb, which means that there won't be space for all of the teachers that presently teach pre-K at Lafayette, that those teachers be given a right of hire in this new school, that we do not want to propose anything that will be to the detriment of our Lafayette preschool teachers. And we think that that's important. We also suggest that we think about whether DCPS can, the language is whether we advise DCPS to evaluate the possibility of creating a lottery preference for this new school. So those who don't have a preference, for those with the most economic need. So this is addressing the equity point that Gary raised, which is of paramount importance to the work of the Task Force on Racism Education Subcommittee and the broader equity needs of our community and the city wide. So I just wanted to emphasize, Randy, those points, and then suggest that I've proposed some tweaks to the paragraph 30 language that everyone should have, that takes account of Peter's.
Yeah. Michael, I don't have it. Could you, did you send it to the
email? He emailed it.
Emailed it to you. I
It's
can
an
email.
Michael, can you put that? Is it possible to cut and paste it in the chat?
Yeah,
Because
Michael, you sent it
some of
to
the
Chris
language that-
twice, not Peter. So I'll forward it to Peter right now.
Okay.
You paste it in the chat, because some of the language that you stated was a little different than what's on the email. It would be helpful to actually see that while we're talking.
Are you able to do that on my behalf? Because I don't know that I have the technical wherewithal to do. I can try, but I remember I'm most comfortable writing.
I'll put it in the chat for the panelists, right? Is
Okay.
that what you'd like? All right. I can help it.
As you know, Lisa, from our work this past month, I'm most comfortable with a pencil and a piece of paper.
Yes, I know.
Okay, let me ask a couple of questions though, Michael, about your proposed language. What do you mean by as a temporary measure? Because I think this needs to be the standalone school there. I don't see that changing.
No, I mean temporary measure, Randy, I'm sorry, if it's not clear, it's a temporary measure for Lafayette. That we're looking for a permanent in-boundary solution for Lafayette.
Okay, that needs to be clarified, I think, and it can be. I understand your point. I'm a little confused that you call this a variation of option 1, but isn't it really option 2?
Yeah, that's what I think.
It's really just option 2 is what you're suggesting.
Because what you're saying is temporary is the Lafayette component. And if there's not a preference for Lafayette, there's nothing to make that's in our kind of jurisdiction to make temporary, right? And I think that's what Randy's saying.
Okay.
That is true.
Yeah.
I think what you're proposing is option 2.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing that made me think it was a variation of option 1 was in option 1, we speak about citywide early education center.
Well, it would still be in option 2. It's still citywide. It's just that it has a preference for Brightwood or Lafayette. I'm
just saying. I'm sorry.
I'm persuaded though that's not it's certainly not something that the Brightwood principal wants.
Well, that I understand.
And the Brightwood PTA president doesn't want.
Yeah, wasn't interested.
And I'm not. I don't want to shove something down their throats. But it's I think it would still work out that a lot of Lafayette parents would have an opportunity there without the preference. I don't think you have to have the preference, because I think a lot of the people who are going to apply there are going to be the ones in the neighborhood.
Well, I wishing, I was taught wishing doesn't make it so. And,
sure.
and maybe that's, wishful thinking. which I am trying to sort of codify in a way. And I understand that the Brightwood principle is opposed to it, but the Brightwood principle is opposed to everything, save for modernization, from what I can gather. The president of the PTA, when we spoke to her, said she's representing, the PTA, but that she has done nothing to canvass her community to determine what the thinking of the community is. And so we say in here, we say in here up above that because this option hasn't been surveyed either by Brightwood or by Lafayette, we need to gather that data. And if that data suggests that both the Brightwood and the Lafayette communities are opposed to a preference, then I'm happy to remove the preference. I don't know that our community is opposed to the preference, and from the families that had single children, they seem to be, sort of begging us to make sure that we preserve for them a public school option. And for me, the best way to preserve a public school option is to indicate a preference.
Yeah, but I don't want to do something that's going to be disadvantageous in the Brightwood community just to get a preference for our community. And that's what I'm really concerned about. And maybe we don't have enough information to do that, but I would prefer to say, let's go with the citywide, no preference, standalone school. And then if we find out though, that the Brightwood community prefers to have a preference for Brightwood and Lafayette, then we would support that.
Well, then you would say it as we support option 1. I think the first paragraph of my a proposal still stands, that we want to make it clear that we're looking first for in-boundary Lafayette. Right. But the second paragraph is that we support Lafayette, we support option 1 dependent upon or pending the results of a survey of the respective communities as to pertaining to the issue of preference.
Could I just?
Sure, Peter.
I think what Michael is groping for is something that, I mean, I too am worried that by just saying option 1, DCPS will say, okay, we agonize with you through this long resolution, and now we're going to do this, and that's going to be it, right? And so the notion of any serious exploration and urgent exploration of in-boundary, we basically given them, we pointed the way out, right? So, I mean, it seems to me that, but I understand, Randy, what you're saying about why do we have to choose option 2 in order to have something to take away from the table? Why can't we just, these resolutions are soft in some sense. Why don't we just add verbiage that says we do not see the creation of the option 1 option 1 as being a permanent solution, and we do not think residents, the parents of kids going to Lafayette preschool or soon coming into the eligibility for preschool should consider this anything more than a 1-year fix right now. And so if they want to, something that's, it's soft, but I mean something that indicates the temporariness of this solution without having to embrace an option that, at least as we now understand it, Brightwood, at least Commissioner Rubio doesn't think well.
Well, what we've said in paragraph 27 is, prior to making any decision to relocate Lafayette pre-K outside the school boundaries, it's imperative that DCPS first exhaust all possible in-boundary alternatives. We can expand that to say, before you do anything with the Missouri Avenue school, you need to, it's imperative to exhaust all possible in-boundary alternatives. I mean, that's basically what you're getting at, Peter. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying not to relieve them of any pressure.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with Michael's suggestion in that regard for the change to paragraph 30. The only thing I'm concerned about is I don't want to say at this point, I'm not prepared to say that I want a preference for Lafayette and Brightwood. I want to find out first before we do any of that.
I understand.
I want to find out what Brightwood is going to say about that, because all the information we have thus far indicates that they don't like it.
Yep.
And if I would prefer to start off with the option 1, and then if things pan out so that after they've done their due diligence in Brightwood, that a preference would be desirable from their standpoint, by all means, we do it.
Okay, I apologize to you, but I cannot find a final version. The version I'm working with of the resolution only has 12 pages. Can somebody send me the final version so I can see 27? I'm sorry.
You must have just, it got cut off or something then.
I will send it to you while you guys continue talking.
I don't want to 6.7.
And Randy, I agree with you. I don't agree with putting a preference in the option at this point.
Well, I think we could phrase it in a way that addresses Michael's concern by saying, you know, if things pan out that Brightwood is accepting that kind of preference, they think that's a good thing for them, then it's a good thing for us, and we certainly would support that.
Right.
So can I ask another question then? Do these things have to be coupled? So for example,
exactly.
Can we say that we would like a preference for Lafayette families, and we're waiting to hear from Brightwood whether they want the same?
How is that different from what I suggested?
That does include a preference. We're advocating a preference, and I think Lisa's going to object to that.
I would object to it as well.
About.
I would object to it as well.
Okay. I mean,
if it's just a preference for Lafayette, I certainly would object to it.
He's making it contingent on what Brightwood says. So it's sort of, we'd like a preference, and if they like one too, then let's go with the preference. But otherwise, you know, I don't know what we did. Isn't that right, Michael?
What I am at the bottom line, what I'm trying to do is maximize the opportunity for our families to have a public school option. That's what is at the bottom of what I'm trying to do. I don't want any of our families to find themselves, because of something that we did do or didn't do, to be without a public school option. For me, stating a desire for a preference helps ensure meeting that bottom line of all families in our community having a public school option. If it's offensive on an equity basis, or if we don't have the data to support that our families would prefer, the families that would go to LAM, the single kid families that would likely go to LAM, if they say that we don't really want a preference, that we don't need a preference, then, you know, we would not have a preference. But that's it's from that point of view that I'm trying to find language so the two languages that I'm trying to say are, one, we want DCPS to redouble its efforts and find something in boundary, full stop. Second, if that on a temporary basis that can't be done, and that we're going to use the LAM school for the overages in our community, we want to make sure that our kids have the maximum opportunity to have a public school option. And for me, that maximum opportunity to have a public school option leads me to keep using the word preference. If there's another way of saying it, then I'm happy to have it.
But Michael, the maximum opportunity would be for Lafayette to take over the whole school.
But the
And
whole,
have the entire, if we've got 200 people on our wait list and we had a preference, we'd take over the whole school.
Well,
And I don't think that's fair.
but besides being unfair, I mean, we also have a fairly large contingent of the Lafayette population that doesn't want to do that. And what I mean, so it neither serves equity nor does it serve the very people we're trying to represent. So it does seem to me that, I mean, so we're trying to find language that keeps the pressure on DCPS. We're also trying to find language that leaves it open enough so that if Brightwood, what Brightwood, once it's actually there's engagement with Brightwood by DCPS, we find out what their interests are. Why is it that we can't make, sort of say we would like, if it's going to be taken for overage, we would like a preference, but contingent on what DCPS learns in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months, in the next year, time limited about Brightwood's wishes. And would that satisfy your equity objections to? Because your equity objections, if I understand it correctly, are built on thin information, what we've heard from Ms. Rubio, and
we don't have anything. We don't have anything to the contrary either. And my concern is, I would prefer, and this is what I would vote for, is make include the language that we want to keep the pressure on, absolutely. But option one, and make it contingent that if DCPS does the kind of engagement that it needs to do in the Brightwood community and comes back and says that the Brightwood community would like a preference, we would certainly approve that as well. We would be enthusiastic about that, but not until there is evidence from the Brightwood community that that's what they would like as well.
Okay. Michael, can you answer that?
You got to unmute yourself.
You're
muted, Michael.
Michael,
you're muted.
I know. I'm trying to send Connie the next language.
Well, the motion, I'm just kind of want to go back to a point of order, because the motion is on the language as submitted by Randy. Is Randy accepting a friendly amendment, or do we need to do a motion to bring in new language for an amendment?
I would accept a friendly amendment to the effect that I just described, that would make any change to the standalone, no preference independent school there, contingent on a determination from the Brightwood community that they would like to have a preference as well. And if they want to have a preference, we would like to have a preference.
Okay, so Randy, could I just try to rephrase it? Any change from the citywide option to a preference, what we want to say is we would be happy to have a preference if Brightwood is willing to go that direction. Otherwise, we're
if they have feedback from the Brightwood community that they would find that acceptable, we would certainly find it acceptable too.
Okay, so the question is to Michael, I think, whether he finds that
acceptable.
Acceptable. Thank you. John? Oh, sorry.
So we're doing a two-track approach here. our one preference is to solve this within our own neighborhood, while continuing to explore various Brightwood options.
Yes, the first
we have two preferences, I guess. One preference is our own neighborhood.
Right.
The other is exploring other Brightwood options.
Well, the thing is, they're going to,
and we may have a little bit of a, but we're not quite ready to seize upon any of those three options at Brightwood until we get more information.
But they're going to open something at Brightwood anyway. That's clear. In September, they're going to have some kind of early education center there. And what we're saying is, number one, for Lafayette, you need to have an in-boundary solution. Number two, since you're going to be using that as a school anyway, we know you will, it should be a standalone early education center with no boundaries, with no priorities, unless the Brightwood community determines that they would prefer to have a preference for Brightwood, in which case a Brightwood and Lafayette preference would be appropriate.
Connie, I just sent you language if you want to put it in the chat.
It's in chat.
I have just put it in the chat.
Okay, sorry.
So if the mayor called us tomorrow and said you're okay to do Episcopal, we'll fund 2 classrooms over there or as many as you need. That solves one problem, but we still have our oar in the water on Brightwood nonetheless.
Sure, because we still have a long waiting list. Our waiting list would exceed whatever capacity they would have at the Episcopal school and the early education center at Missouri Avenue.
I think what we're saying is, what we've heard is that making the move of all pre-K classes, the whole program, moving it to LAM is a permanent solution that a lot of families do not want. And so we want the classes to remain at Lafayette, as many classes as can be, depending on the numbers, right? We don't know the numbers. This is not like you go to the master facilities data and it's like every other year. This is a year of no other year we've ever experienced. And so we'd like to wait for those numbers. We'd like the program to remain. It's just such a shock to the system. Every family has said they want their kids to walk to school, right? I mean, they like that. This is an important rite of passage. It certainly was for my children. So I think we want to preserve that and not give up LAM. Why should we, right? I mean, both communities should make use of it. If it's citywide, what we heard from Claudia Lujan is most likely it's the parents, the families around there. And 36% of those families said that they would take LAM. So those are the numbers we have. And those numbers don't take up the entire school. I think our families have a good chance of getting there. But in the interim, let's find space in boundary. And I would say the community needs to be on a task force with DCPS. What I've been very unhappy about is no concrete evidence of what was discussed in these options that they've looked at over the spring last year and so forth. I just don't know. It's not visible to us. What we just heard Claudia tell us, Ms. Lujan tell us, is they have done it. They've looked at all the schools. They know what the capacity is, but that is not the same thing, unfortunately for me, as going to these other facilities, proactively looking, being in discussion. And if they're short staffed, there's plenty of people in this community who have their own experience. We just had another parent whose name I don't remember at the moment, who was a school principal. There are people who have experience who can help. They want to help. We are a community that's very active. And I think that we need to push it that way, not just throw it over the wall to DCPS and say, can you please look at options? I don't want that myself. I don't know if it's I make a motion or I add an amendment, but I want some language in there that says, and I think we have it in draft form, that a task force must be formed. Okay. I mean, this is serious. If LAM did not come about, if this opportunity didn't come, we would still be in the same boat as we were last year thinking, what are we gonna do about overcrowding? We need real solutions, okay? And so we have to do that. And that's what I would like to see. And so we're opening all options. We're not making any permanent moves. This is key, all right? I don't think any family with such short notice, with a lack of more data, we can make such a serious decision for families that will impact so many families for many, many years to come. I can't do that. I won't vote for that.
Listen, let me set some limits on what we're going to do here tonight, because we've already set an all-time record for this commission. We've never gone this late before. We wouldn't have had a possibility of going this late, because in the community center they close us down at 9:30. So it's only because we're on this virtual platform that we are going this late. And we've also already lost one commissioner, and we've lost a bunch of our audience. We've got to decide this tonight, and we're not going to have the discussion all night. And I think it's time to take a vote on. I would accept as a friendly amendment the language that Michael has suggested in the chat, with a couple of modifications. I would say.
Randy, are you looking at the second?
Yes,
second,
yes, the one that's in the chat.
No, there are two in the chat.
The latest one.
Okay, thank you.
When it says, if Brightwood agrees, I would say if DCPS provides evidence of having consulted with the Brightwood community and they agree. Because I don't want them to just say, oh, well, we've already got the PTA president, so that's enough. I want them to say, you know, we've done our due diligence. We've talked to people. We know what Brightwood wants. But if you make that adjustment, I would be willing to accept that as a friendly amendment.
And that's fine with me. And I think we need to. Okay. I think we need to speak.
Okay. Okay, let's go on. Let's take a vote on it then.
No, I just say.
So is this a two-step process? We
do this.
We approve. We vote on the amendment, and then when the amendment is disposed of, then we vote on the whole thing.
No, if it's a friendly amendment, we vote on the whole thing.
Okay.
And I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Randy's called for the vote, so that ends discussion, people.
Right.
It ends discussion immediately, and the vote is to be taken.
Okay, let's vote on the entire resolution.
That means we have to go home.
No, Michael, you're in New York.
I'm having so much.
New York. You don't have to go home.
I'm having so much fun.
Okay.
I thought we were just getting started.
Okay, I have made the motion. It's been seconded. With the amendment that Michael has offered as a friendly amendment, and I've modified slightly. With those changes, let's take a vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, raise your hand. 6-0. Okay, thank you very, very much. Now we have one other substantive item. We have one other substantive item on the agenda. Yes, Michael.
Can I ask this one question? Do we have in there, just to be sure, do we have in there, or should we put in there? I know the debate is ended, but
yes, the vote's been taken.
I understand that, but should we have a time frame in there? I don't want to say, with all deliberate speed. I want to say, if possible, by a date certain.
Well, I don't think we can set a time frame that we know that is anything more than a guess. That I don't think we can say anything that's going to be, that we have any evidence that would be realistic. So I would not want to do that.
I think our job right now, is to clean up the language in the draft resolution, for it to be sent out to the community.
Yes.
The language, that's where we have to work on. And I think the second thing we have to work on is to be very serious going forward and making sure that what we say we'd like to do, that we're gathering people to get this done. It's our job to serve the families in this community, and that's what we have to pay attention to now. So timeline is now. I mean, that's the
One-
time.
one-
The discussion happens right now, like tomorrow. when we
Right,
get
but
to that.
one, fine, I agree with you, Connie. One small matter is that tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. is the LSAT meeting.
No.
I'll send this.
You only got 8 hours to go.
We'll send it to Ann's son. She's on that LSAT.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure. That
He's
they
on-
have it.
on this call.
Okay, all right. Let's move on. Let's get finished with this sooner rather than later. We have one item. We were going to talk about the task force on racism, and basically, Connie and Lisa, you want to talk about this? I think we're just saying we're going to talk later.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone that has remained on the line. The last item on the agenda is just to kind of give everyone an update on the task force on racism. So just as a quick recap, on June 8th, 2020, the ANC adopted a statement on racism and created the task force. And Gary Thompson did a really good job of identifying the objectives. It was basically created to identify equity and justice issues within the community and to propose concrete solutions. The task force was divided up into, or subdivided into 3 groups. We had a group for community, education and health, and also housing. Over the summer, the task force members did a tremendous amount of work, and they compiled several very comprehensive reports, several drafts, and presented that information to the outgoing previous commission and community in several meetings. So I believe it was December 14th, roughly 2020, the last ANC meeting. The outgoing commission adopted a resolution that basically extended the task force to continue its work and basically assist the commission in its ongoing community engagement and development of implementation strategies. So we had originally planned to address the task force with this meeting, but with the Lafayette issue taking so much precedent, and as you can see, we're still here probably about 11:15 at night, we decided to move the discussion for the task force to the January 25th meeting. So at that meeting, we're going to take up the resolutions and issues surrounding the task force and its current status with the ANC. And I'll be working on a resolution to make the task force a standing committee within the ANC. So we really want to thank members of the task force that are on the call, that are not on the call. Just want to extend our appreciation to you for all the work that you guys have done. And hopefully you'll bear with us, and we'll continue this discussion at our January 25th meeting. Connie, did you want to add anything?
No, I think you've said it all, and thank you so much, and really thank Gary for his statement. So thank you.
I thank the task force members too. We all did. We were all going through that together, and it was a tremendous amount of work that was put in. So thanks to all of them. Okay, final issues tonight are pretty simple because we decided we're going to postpone the approval of the 2021 budget until our next meeting, until the Thursday meeting, the meeting on the 14th, and we'll take that up at that point. So the only thing we really have to approve today is the minutes of the December 14th, 2020 meeting. I've circulated that to all the commissioners. Sorry, it was somewhat belated. Are there any modifications or changes anyone wants to make? Okay, I move that we adopt the minutes for that meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? 6-0. Okay, we have a number of items on our January 25th meeting. Lisa's just described one that will probably take up most of the time, or a lot of the time. We also have to deal with a public space permit application that's in Connie's SMD on 3600 Rittenhouse Street. And then we have the possibility, I think, of the discussion of the DDOT with DDOT about Oregon Avenue and other concerns. And we'll see whether we can arrange that and whether we're going to have time for that. Well, it's going to be another packed meeting, but we're not going to go to 11:20 for that meeting. We can't do this every time.
So you want a hard stop at 11?
I think Randy's
okay.
yes when it's in person.
Yeah, well, we got to get back in the community center where they'll lock us out. Okay, I mean, the reason
the preschool is going to be there.
Well, the reason we do 2 meetings a month, which is very unusual for ANCs, is that we had to get out of the community center at 9:30, and that really constrained us to have these long meetings. Other ANCs do go well into the night. So I appreciate everyone who stayed on the call, on the Zoom meeting. It's been great. We had a very good turnout tonight. And I appreciate all of the people who spoke and contributed to our being able to make these decisions. They're tough decisions, and obviously it's important for the community, extraordinarily important for the community. So, okay, well, thank you all, and the meeting's adjourned.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you all.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thanks, everybody.